joined us for our What I Watch series. And yes, That's So Raven may or may not have been mentioned. And Lizzo, who's always so fun, was nice enough to visit us here at Studio 1A. We'll tell you about that. And later, a look back on a movie that a lot of people love. I saw the original. I still loved all the remakes. The Parent Trap. But first, here are today's Pop Start headlines. Feeling the love on a Monday morning, and we've got some big news for you. Could second time be the charm for Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck? A big announcement from the superstars shared on Lopez's website had the world buzzing this weekend. Morgan Radford, nice enough to swing by and help us out on Pop Start with the big story.
As always, big story indeed. How exciting is this? Look, the pair nicknamed Bennifer by fans drummed up quite the excitement after rekindling their love a year ago. And on Friday, Lopez revealed that she and Affleck are engaged again.
So I have a really exciting and special story to share.
Jennifer Lopez released this video, viewed more than 6 million times on her Instagram Friday, asking fans to go to her website for a big announcement. In the video, Lopez appears emotional as she looks down at the large green diamond ring on her hand. The singer shared in a previous newsletter the special meaning behind the color. I always say the color green is my lucky color. Lopez's sister sharing the engagement with this post on her Instagram story, writing, "So this happened." This love story 2 decades in the making. Lopez and actor Ben Affleck first met on the set of the romantic comedy Gigli in 2001.
Hello. I'm sorry. Do we know each other?
Not yet.
The pair's relationship soon set off a media frenzy. And it didn't take long before Affleck popped the question in July of 2002 with a pink diamond ring. But just as fast as their love grew, their relationship came to an abrupt end. In September 2003, just days before their highly anticipated wedding, the couple released a statement postponing their nuptials, citing excessive media attention. Then, in January 2004, the couple confirmed they were splitting up. Fast forward nearly 20 years later. After separate marriages, kids, and successful careers, the couple confirmed they were officially back together in 2021. Lopez telling Hoda and Savannah in February,
I think what we learned from the last time is that love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special, and you have to hold a little bit of that privately. But we're very happy.
No word yet on when the wedding will be.
Well, that ring, that rock, is estimated to be well over $10 million. In fact, the CEO of the Diamond Pro tells us in a statement, "In my 20 years working in the diamond industry, I have never seen such an exquisite diamond ring." How
$10 million?
Can you imagine?
No, actually, I cannot. Stars, they're not just like us. Right? Yeah. Wow.
Hope it's insured.
I know. So Bennifer's official.
It's
what do you
happening.
think, Carson?
I think it's great. God bless them all. And I appreciate Morgan swinging by.
Of course.
Next up, Julian Lennon. For the first time ever, John Lennon's eldest covered his dad's iconic song Imagine. The video was posted as part of the Global Citizen Stand Up for Ukraine rally on social media. Julian channeling dad's legendary vocals in the candlelit performance alongside guitarist Nuno Bettencourt. Here's a little bit of that.
Imagine all the people living a life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's never done that song. He's avoided it his whole life, but moved by what's happening, he did it. And he captioned for the video, Julian reflecting on the meaning behind his father's powerful song, writing, "His lyrics reflect our collective desire for peace worldwide. I'm calling on world leaders, and everyone who believes in the sentiment of Imagine to stand up for refugees everywhere." And you can check out the full video now over at today.com. Next up, Better Call Saul, the final season of the Breaking Bad prequel series, is going to feature 2 very big guest stars, Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul, a.k.a. Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. Show co-creator Peter Gould confirmed that the casting news is happening at Paley Fest over the weekend, although he would not reveal how the infamous duo will fit into the storyline. He would only say that the two shows will cross over in a way you haven't seen before. The final season kicks off Monday on AMC. And finally, Kim Kardashian, the reality star and business mogul, sat down for the latest episode of Hoda's podcast, Making Space. They talked about family, they talked about relationships, and her billion-dollar business empire. Kim also opening up on how she feels about people's misconceptions about her.
You kind of feel that sometimes you're underestimated when you walk into a room, Kim?
Absolutely. And I've always been the underdog. Always. And that's okay with me. Like, if anything, I like for someone to really be unpleasantly surprised and maybe expect less and be blown away when maybe I give them more than they thought that I would ever give them, but that's always just been what people have perceived. And I don't know if that's why I've worked so hard to try to figure it out and to try to show people.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the new episode of Making Space, which is available now. Just scan the QR code on the screen and it'll take you right to the podcast page. That is your Pop Star.
All right.
All right, now to the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus. We've got a few more headlines for you. First up, Jake Gyllenhaal. This weekend, the actor returned to Studio 8H to host Saturday Night Live for the first time in 15 years. And as part of his triumphant return, Jake wrapped up the monologue with a very impressive parody of Celine Dion's It's All Coming Back to Me Now. Take a look.
There were sketches I would never do again, but then they'd always seemed right. There were nights of endless pleasure. It was more than any show's alive. Baby, baby. If you want me like this, and if you need me like that, I can beg on the go, but it's all coming back to me.
Wow, it's impressive. High notes. Who knew Jake Gyllenhaal could hit those high notes? That might have had all four coaches on The Voice pressing their buttons for him. And finally, Fast and Furious. The Fast cast just added one superhero to the mix. Captain Marvel's Brie Larson set to join the family in the upcoming 10th installment of the franchise, and co-star Vin Diesel welcoming her to the crew in a new post on social media, poignantly writing, "You have no idea how timeless and amazing she will be in our mythology. Beyond her beauty, her intellect, her Oscar, is this profound soul who will add something you might not have expected but yearned for." And we can't wait to check that out. The next Fast and Furious movie is slated to hit theaters in 2023. Those are your headlines for today. Coming up next, Raven-Symone and her wife Miranda on their must-watch shows.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Raven-Symone and her wife, Miranda Perman-Made, are our latest guests for our What I Watch series. Now, you might know Raven from That's So Raven, or when she was just 4 years old in The Cosby Show. These days, she's all grown up and married. She and her wife told us what they watch that reminds them of their childhoods.
What I watch that reminds me of my childhood is Fern Gully.
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I meant. I meant Fern Gully, but I said Fraggle Rock.
You meant Fern Gully?
I meant Fern Gully.
Ready? Let's do it again. Ready? What I watch that reminds me of my childhood is Fern Gully.
Seriously.
Because that's such a good movie.
Humans.
Humans?
Where? No. Lucy!
What I watch when I need a good laugh will probably be a TikTok of some kind. I will stroll TikTok and backpack comes up.
What I watch when I need a good laugh, bear with me everyone, is The Muse. Specifically the scene between Albert Brooks. Seriously.
She's like, I go back in time to 1992.
No, but Albert Brooks and this guy in this scene at Spago, I can't. Cheers.
Yeah, it's
It's ridiculous.
It's true, you do.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, what I watch for the theme song would be Raven-Symone, and I'm being super honest.
Literally was going to say the exact same thing. What I watch for the theme song is Raven-Symone.
That's so Raven.
No, it's Raven-Symone is what she
Oh,
asked
Raven-Symone.
for.
How does that one start? You got That's so Raven in my head
It's
now.
Raven-Symone.
See, told you start the key. It's Raven-Symone. Might be tough, but together we make it look good. Stand for each other.
Family should. It's Raven-Symone.
It's Raven-Symone. Yeah, Raven-Symone. Might be tough, but together we make it look good. Down for each other like family should.
Being on the 5th season of Raven-Symone is incredible. We have created a family on this set that when I come home, I am smiling immensely and I tell her amazing stories. And sometimes it's really hard to find that. And I think you can feel the camaraderie behind the scenes through the camera as well.
What I watch that I'm currently obsessed with is Love is Blind. Honestly, I went into this whole thing where I was like binging it, and now there's like Love is Blind Japan, Love is Blind Brazil. I'm a little late to the Love is Blind game, but that's what I've been currently obsessed with for sure.
What I watch that I'm currently obsessed with is The Last Days of Ptolemy Gray. Such a good, feel-good, sad story, and I love it. Also, /Severance. What I watch that may surprise people is Korean and Japanese-based scripted and non-scripted television. I love other cultures' TV. I love the stories. I love the acting. It just helps me widen my horizon. And right now I'm watching Pachinko, and I've watched, oh my God, so many shows on Netflix. Thank goodness for Netflix. I get to watch it all.
What I watch that may surprise people, but then may not at all, are the videos where you just watch people get their zits extracted. And we watch one of these channels. It's called Deep Sack Spa. And it literally, yes, it's based in Thailand. It literally sounds like they're just doing this on a street corner because you hear cars passing and horns and whatnot. And these people come in with like terrible cystic acne, and you just see these close-up shots the whole time of pimples being popped. It's
and then she tries it on me.
Because I learn a lot, and then I have to like put it to practice, so it's good.
On me. What I watched that inspired APM was everybody else's reality show that we weren't invited to. So we made our own.
Hi everyone, I'm Miranda.
She's also known as Becky Van Hassen. When this comes out, it's called Becky Van Hassen.
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Raven. That's Raven. We have some exciting news.
We got a YouTube channel!
We finally started our YouTube channel.
I've been very fortunate to have found my person that I feel comfortable with. And throughout my career, when I dated people, I kept it a secret because I didn't know if it was gonna last. I didn't want that kind of judgment on my books. But when we got married and I felt as comfortable as I did, and she made me feel beautiful in my own curls. And to share our story as a multiracial LGBT community and showcase that we're just like everyone else, normal, one's up, one's down, we're left, we're right, we don't holds bar kind of situation. I thought, yeah, I can do that. We do it on our own terms. This is not drama central over here. This is not, fight after fight. We are showing our lifestyle in food and health and conversation and more.
So we have a series we do called Kitchen Witches, where we're in the kitchen baking and cooking. We have a series we do called Tea Time, which is where we sit down kind of like this, but we have our tea or our food and we talk about a specific topic. And we also have a few vlogs, a few day in the lives, a few unboxings. We've kind of touched on many different YouTube things to just, see what we enjoy. And I think my favorite part about it is honestly getting to build something with you. It's really fun and it's cool and we're learning, but it's also this authentic journey. It's creative and I'm doing it with the person I love the most in the world. So, it's awesome.
I love just seeing us on television. Oh, that's not a healthy thing to do.
I just love watching my own YouTube channel. That's my favorite part. You're like, all those views?
Like that, those are for us.
And we should mention you can find Raven and Miranda's channel called 8 p.m. on YouTube. And there are also new episodes of Raven's Home. You can check those out on the Disney Channel on Fridays. Next up, our chat with the one and only Lizzo. She's got a lot going on.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
And welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Lizzo is, of course, a superstar in her own right. She spoke to us about that and a lot more in Studio 1A. And we're back with one of the most iconic names in music right now, the one and only Lizzo. She is busier than ever with new music, which we were loving this morning, a new shapewear line, and she's pulling double duty as the host and musical guest on SNL this weekend.
She is amazing. We're so happy you carved out a little time to stop by our studio. Hi, Lizzo. Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
I'm so happy to be here.
Oh, you are a sight for sore eyes. We just love you so much. You gave a concert on our plaza a few years ago. It was, I think, one of the biggest concert crowds we've ever had, even in the rain.
No way.
Yes. So, yeah, we just love having. Oh, yeah. Remember this?
Oh my God, yes, I do remember that. I want that car. Where's that car at?
I know. So you have a big week coming up.
This is like the biggest week of all time.
What did you think when they said when you wasn't just being a musical actor, they wanted you to host too? That's rare.
I was scared. Yeah, but I was also flattered that they think that I'm capable of doing that. Like being funny, doing music, like here we go.
You definitely are. I remember one of the first things I thought about you, and Carson, I know you'll agree, it's like you have such star quality.
Right.
You have so much charisma. I knew you were going to be an actress, so now you get to do these skits. Is there anything you're like dying to do on SNL?
I want to do something with puppies. You know how they'll have like puppies and kitties and uncontrollable situations? Like I want to be with some puppies and kitties.
Have you ever been to SNL, like behind the scenes or gone or?
I performed. So I did the Christmas episode with Eddie Murphy, and that was iconic, but.
Molly Shannon's right across in our studio. Did she give you any advice for SNL?
She did. She said, have fun and just do the jokes.
Yeah.
They're writing all the jokes for you. It's all about you, so just have fun.
Oh.
What's going on with the music? It seemed like it took a minute to get to this point where we got this new track coming out that just brings the disco, soul, love back to life. Love that vibe for you.
I mean, it's about damn time.
But yeah, 3 years, right? I mean,
That's the name of the song?
I know that.
Dropping on the 14th of this week.
Yes. It is a big week.
It is about damn time.
Yes. I have Yitty on the 12th, which is tomorrow.
I know, we're going to talk about that.
About damn time on the 14th, and then SNL. I wanted to take my time with it. I didn't want to rush. Like, I wanted to create music that I needed, but I also felt like the world needed, you know, because I have songs like Good as Hell that make people feel good, and I wanted to bring that spirit back into my music. So I wanted to make sure it was just right.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Sounds great.
I mean, the vibe is just awesome.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Yitty. Yitty is the name of your new shapewear line, which you are modeling right now.
I am in the Yitty Mesh Me bodysuit, and I'm in the major label leggings. Woo!
Now, I read that you actually have been wanting to do a shapewear line for years and years.
Yes.
You are not late to this party.
Yes.
Why did you want to do it?
Well, I mean, I grew up wearing it, and it wasn't a great experience. You know, I don't think like a 12 or 13-year-old girl should be trying to change her body. I should be going to school and having fun. And so when I got older, I was like, I want to liberate people. I want to liberate people from having to be uncomfortable and ashamed of their bodies and what they choose to wear. I want clothing that makes people feel as good as my music makes people feel, you know?
What do you think young Lizzo would think about this, the release of this shapewear, what it means and what it stands for?
She'd be like, girl, can I get a bra and a thong? I mean, I am young Lizzo, you know? I'm so proud of myself. Like, I'm experiencing this in real time. I'm really taking it in. Like, I'm proud of myself. This is a dream that years in the making, and we started talking about it 5 years ago and developing it 5 years ago. So I'm like, it's finally coming tomorrow. I mean, 12-year-old me is popping apple juice right now.
Right.
I'm so glad to hear you should soak it all in, because you worked hard to get here. And I can remember talking to you last time you were here about your journey, and there being moments where you had sent your song, I think The Truth Hurts, sent it around to everybody. You thought, this is the best thing I ever wrote. Why isn't anyone loving this? You know, just to have gone on that journey and to see where you are now.
Yeah. Well, I learned that like what people think isn't the most important. Do I love it? You know, because I loved Truth Hurts, and I loved and believe in everything that I do, and it worked for me, and I'm still here. So I'm going to just keep following that formula. I'm going to just like what I do and believe in myself.
You said you liked that car that you had when you last performed here.
I did.
If we could get you back to do some new music on the plaza, I will go find that car, get it back.
It's right there.
Give it a car wash.
We'll find that car
We will
even
find that
better.
thing.
Will you think about coming back and singing this summer?
It was so fun to have you, Lizzo.
Well, I'm going to have an album, so.
She's the best, man. Her energy is just infectious. So great to have Lizzo here in Studio 1A. And we should mention, of course, that Lizzo's watch out for the Big Girls on Prime Video, still to come. We've got Dennis Quaid's favorite moments from his beloved film, The Parent Trap.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You are in for a treat. We'd like to take you back to the year 1998 when a little film called The Parent Trap, a remake, I'll have you know, came out. Dennis Quaid played Nick Parker, who's the father to twins, Haley and Annie, both played by, of course, by Lindsay Lohan. We spoke to Dennis about what it was like to work on the fan favorite movie.
The favorite scenes from the movie would be where I pick up Hallie at the airport. That was a great one, and the driving in the car from there, the conversation that we have. And then the other one is, which is a fan favorite, is the falling in the pool.
Sir?
I think I fell in the pool about 6 times. And that was a complete dry off and change of wardrobe. Luckily, it was a warm day. You know, I met Lindsay at her screen test, and she was over by the craft service table, and I just went over to meet her, and she just struck me as the smartest, most precocious 11-year-old I think I'd ever met. And she just had this confidence about her. She didn't even have the part yet. You know, there were 4 other girls that were auditioning, but it was just pretty obvious that this was somebody who was really talented and was going to go beyond the Parent Trap. She was a force.
Hallie Parker! Oh, don't do this to me. I'm already seeing double.
She was just so spot on. She knew my lines, her lines, everybody's lines, and then she would disappear for about 10 minutes and come back, and she was the other twin. And in the hotel scenes there in California, you know, when Natasha's there and Meredith is there, and we're checking in, and that was the real sort of highlighted where she was playing both roles.
Actually, I'm not Hallie. Actually, I am.
Both of them? Annie? Hallie?
We had to shoot things twice, and she would be seamless. You know, she would go from this English accent to, you know, this American little girl, and how she did it was really just so admirable. I had to admire it. She was like a chameleon, the way she could slip in to each character.
To tell you the truth, I haven't been on a boat since the QE2.
Neither have I.
Well then, here's to
Our daughters.
our daughters.
She was just always just so great to talk to. She came to work just ready to work, and with her attitude and her personality was she was just fantastic to be around.
Oh, by the way, Mare, I think there's something on your head.
Well, it's the lizard scene on her head, which is I think the most I get the most feedback from 6 to 8-year-olds. They love that scene, and Meredith, Elaine was such a trooper about that, because that was a real lizard in her mouth. So crazy. Well, I remember as a boy loving Haley Mills in The Parent Trap, and it's just a story that endures. And there's a lot of theories about it. One being, and I kind of think is true, is it's sort of a kid power movie, where especially in the age where there's so much divorce that the kids have the power to put their parents back together again. I think that's where it comes from.
Some good memories there. I go back to the original Parent Trap with Haley Mills, played both of those parts. That's how old I am. All right, thank you, Dennis, for that. And thanks to you for tuning in today's Popstar Plus. We appreciate it. Tomorrow, we're checking in with the very funny guy. His name is Craig Robertson, and he's the best. So join us tomorrow on Popstar Plus, and have a great day today. So long.
This is Open Book with Jenna Bush Hager, and I'm so happy because I have Seth Meyers with me today, who has a new children's book. I'm not scared, you're scared. This is your first.
That's my first kid's book, yeah. My first book of any book. I shouldn't...
It's your first book of any book?
Yeah. I feel like if I say it's my first kid's book, people are going to start looking
Thinking
for all
you wrote a memoir.
my unwritten novels. Yeah. No, this is it.
Okay, why? What was the catalyst?
Well, one, have kids, and then you start reading kids' books again as an adult. And it's my favorite part of the day. I love reading to my boys. We have a daughter that I refuse to know. She's just too young. But I will not read her. No, so our boys, I think my favorite face they make is when they're paying attention and engaged with the book. When you're reading a book with your children and they're quiet, that's the best part. They're quiet. And when they have this face of like, I wanted to try to write something that would make other children have that face.
And you know what else, the other face that I think it will make, which is my favorite face, is the laughter of a book.
Yes.
Which is not easy, and you've worked in comedy a long time.
Yeah.
It's hard to find the books that will make both the parents and the kids delighted.
I have been on the record saying this. Do you know the Sandra Boynton book? I always forget
Yes,
what
I
it
love
says.
Sandra Boynton.
She's the best. It's the simplest book. It's like red hat, green hat, blue hat, oops. Oops, crushes with my kid. In my life, I hope to make them laugh a fraction as hard as they laugh at Sandra Boynton's oops.
As the one syllable word.
Just cry. Yeah, but no, it's true. When they laugh, when they genuinely laugh at a book, it is hard to do.
Okay, besides Sandra Boynton, what are some of your favorite children's books to read to your kids, or what were some of your favorites?
Well, it is thrilling when something you liked, they then like a generation later.
Yes.
Generation and a half. I had my kids late. But Richard Scarry, I mean, especially, we'll see what happens when my daughter grows up. But they, cars and trucks and things that go, they just will look at those
They
pages.
love cars and trucks.
And it's such a wonderful book because it has very technical drawings of both a road grader, but then also a banana car.
Yeah, the pickle. What about the pickle car?
The kids already want a pickle car when they
The
turn 16.
unicycle.
They want all that. And we should note, shout out to Mr. Scarry who did his own drawings. I had to get a very talented
But your illustrator is incredible.
He's amazing. Rob Saya Jr. I want to give him a shout out. So I have a lot of respect for the people who do their drawings as well. So Richard Scarry we love a great deal. William Steig, I hope it's name right, Stieg. Sylvester and the Magic Pebble, books like those. Those are wonderful because I feel like they play to the top of a child's intelligence. They don't talk down to kids at all. And then there are just so many, modern children's books authors that I've just delighted in finding with my kids. Chris Van Dusen, The Circus Ship. Have you read The Circus Ship? That's just a brilliant book and so much fun. Again, when people use the whole page to just bury stuff for kids to find on each successive reading. It's just an impressive skill.
Mo Willems is pretty great.
Mo Willems, they love Mo Willems. One of the Mo Willems books, help me out, there's three. It's
Piggy and Gerald?
No, the one about her losing her bunny on the airplane.
Nuffle Bunny.
Nuffle Bunny. Read that with my boys. I fully cried. And they were fine. And then I said to my wife, I dare you to read this to the kids without crying. And then she...
she bawled too?
No, nothing, because she's dead inside. No. Amongst me and my wife, I'm the crier, so she just shook her head at me and said...
I have a crying issue.
When a kid's book gets me... Oof, which one?
I dare you to read Charlotte's Web to your 6-year-old.
We have done... We went around it. We did it as an audiobook on a long drive, so I didn't have to read the actual Eddie.
You didn't cry when Charlotte went on?
No, first of all, it's a very personal connection to this book. The first time I was on stage, I played Wilbur in a production of Charlotte's Web. Yeah, so this was, it's always
How
very
old
hard
were
for
you?
me. I guess I was like 7 or 8. It was young.
Did you know then I want to go into comedy? Because it's not exactly, you know.
I thought I wanted to go into at that time I thought I only want to play Barnyard. I had to branch out as I got old. There's so few parts. No, but Charlotte's Web. Here was the cheat. Because I was driving, it was easier to disassociate from the book. I have a lot of respect for E.B. White, who does not sugarcoat it for the kids.
No, he really does not.
I was critical of Stuart Little on my show last week, and I feel bad.
I'm not a Stuart Little fan either.
I was only critical about the
I
ending.
can't believe that you. I'm glad you're on this book show because I can't imagine any other comedian going after Stuart Little.
Well, so we do a thing on our show called Corrections, which is online only, and this is where I addressed the ending of Stuart Little. It just sort of ends.
Yeah.
And Stuart at that point is looking for his friend, a bird named Margalo, and every chapter I read to my kids, they would say, "Is he gonna find Margalo?" And again, I don't know the man.
Yeah, you can't remember. Yeah.
Rest in peace, E.B. White. But I said, yeah, of course he's going to find Margalo. We'll just maybe the next chapter. But then you start getting to the end, and you're like,
where's Margalo?
Here? And it just sort of ends with Stuart just in his car driving on. So I feel terrible about this because I don't think you. I mean, it's not as bad as plagiarism, but I just added a few lines. I finished and said, and then right up ahead was Margalo.
And did your kids fall?
They were so happy.
Yeah, they were like, thank God, he found Margalo.
But I feel like this is going to be some trauma they have to work through in their 20s.
Yeah, when they figure out that their dad lied to them.
Yeah.
You know, I loved this book, too, because I feel like we've been through a scary time.
Yes.
In our country, in our world. Our kids feel it from us, from the TV, from all of it.
Yeah.
Why this subject?
I am just in general fascinated when you become a parent by how your kids process fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's the fears they have that as a parent you think are irrational, and you both want them to talk through it, but you also don't want them to be afraid of those things. But there are also times where as a parent you're so happy your kids are afraid of certain things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, raising a kid in New York, I want them to be afraid of, say, traffic. I want them to be afraid of germs.
Yes.
So it's not this black and white thing. And hopefully this book with the two characters, I think they're the different approaches to fear. And it is a story that is an adventure, and there's a beginning, middle, and end. But it would be nice if parents could then have a conversation with their kids about things they're afraid of.
I know. I found myself being like, you don't need to be scared.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Nervous, and I'm like, oh, wait. That was the 80s way to parent.
Yeah.
Now we can say, talk through it with me.
Yes,
it's okay
exactly.
to be nervous. It's okay to be scared. Okay, you love to read.
I love
you
to
have
read.
authors on your show all the time. I saw Amor Tolls recently.
Yep.
What are some of your favorite books?
Gentleman in Moscow is one of my favorite. Anthony Doerr, All the Light We Cannot See is
I love
a book
that
I
book.
love. Yeah, Jesse, Homegoing is a
You
book.
got to read Transcendent Kingdom. That was one of the ones I chose.
That's the newer.
Yeah,
her
that's
newer.
the newer
I did
one.
read.
Oh, you did?
Wonderful. Yes. we
Yeah,
had
but
it after that.
Homegoing is one of the most. We have similar tastes.
Yes.
So you read novels.
I do read novels. I read fiction.
Yeah.
I am not. I feel like nonfiction's happening around us full time.
Yeah.
I don't know if I need to dig into it. So yeah, I love novels. I sort of, Celeste Ng, Little Fires Everywhere was a wonderful book, and I've been so lucky to have people on the show, authors that I've loved over the years that I'm lucky enough to talk to, people like Stephen King and Junot Diaz and Jonathan Franzen, and I think our audience is always so happy to have authors on, because even if they haven't read the book, which is so often the case, people, and I'm sure you found this, people just love to know what a writer's process is, especially novelists. Like when you hold up a book and say, this next person who's walking out here did this, I think people are already from a place of awe.
You know what else I've found is that, because I get to meet all these authors, how empathetic and cool they all are. There hasn't been one that's been a disappointment as a human being. And I feel like it seems like you're drawn to books about empathy.
100%.
And the human experience.
Yeah, it was, I just hosted the PEN America Awards, and it's so lovely to do an award show where the entire audience and all the winners are writers. I don't feel like any one of them comes by it cheaply in any way, shape, or form. Like they've all put a massive amount of not just work in, but solitary work in. And yet, because they spend so much time thinking about what human beings do and feel, they tend to be incredible people to talk to.
Okay, last question. I can't find books that are comedies that make me laugh. It's really, everything is so dark that I choose.
Yeah.
And people are like, I mean, I love David Sedaris, but what books have made you laugh?
All right. Whenever I'm feeling this, I love P.G. Woodhouse a great deal. The Birdie and Jeeves books are absolutely never fail to make me laugh, and I highly recommend those. Another books that I'm hopeful hold up, because I remember reading them when I was a kid with my parents. We would listen to them books on tape on long drives. With Gene Shepherd, who, A Christmas Story is based on it. And he wrote all these great stories about growing up that I think will be books that will make both me and my wife and kids laugh as we listen to them.
None as an adult?
As an adult?
It's hard, right? We go dark.
Yeah, and then it's weird because it's not even, we do go dark. And yet, I don't know, did you read Station 11?
Yes.
So that weirdly, that was a book that I was so worried about reading because I thought it would be too dark.
Yes.
And yet, there was
were
great
moments of
light
levity.
and optimism in it. So maybe that's the best I can do as far as giving you a comedy
I
book.
actually have a recommendation. I was like, I don't have any, but Black Buck by Mateo Escarapor is an incredible debut novelist, and it's dark in moments, but also like laugh out loud hilarious.
I think, it's hard for me to find comedy
on the page.
Fiction. I mean, memoirs,
Yes.
Martin Short's is laugh out loud funny. I loved my friend Colin Jost's recent memoir, but that's a different thing. That is people telling stories about their lives. So I feel like I've let you down with not being able to come up with.
No, it's okay because I haven't read those memoirs. Those are good recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird book because it's about war, and so it ties into this awful time we're living through. But Catch-22 is my all-time favorite book, and a book that I think does gallows humor better than maybe any other.
Was that the first book that made you fall in love with reading, sort of as a young adult?
It was weird. I had these two readers in my house. My mom read a ton of fiction and was always going to the library and always taking out National Book Award finalists and Pulitzer. So I sort of read the higher-minded stuff with her. And then my dad always had Robert Ludlum and Ed McBain, and I read a lot of James Bond and Sherlock Holmes, and so it was a bunch. It was sort of pulpier stuff and great fiction. I remember White Teeth, and again, I'm a little bit older when I first read Zadie Smith, but I remember reading that book at the same time my mom was reading it, and that was such a special time to fall in love with a book like that together.
Awesome. Thank you. I hope I came through. Congratulations, you came through.
stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
All right, so I am here with one of my favorite musicians and definitely one of my literary inspirations who has done so much for literacy in our country, and that is Dolly Parton. Hi, Dolly.
Well, good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning. I am doing great. I got my hands on this book, and I wanted just to read every page about all of your lyrics. How did you decide to write that?
Well, it's called Songteller, and I write songs and I tell stories, so I thought that would be the perfect thing to call the book. It really has pictures and kind of follows my career from my childhood. A lot of pictures that a lot of the fans have not seen. And then, of course, I tell the stories behind about 175 of the thousands of songs I've written, but we couldn't put them all in there. But I talk about how they came about and where I was at that time in my life. So I think people find that of interest to know why and how you write things.
Well, obviously writing songs is an art. You know, songwriting is something that I'm sure is just in your soul. What is it like when you sit down to write a song?
Well, it's a very personal thing. I grew up in a very musical family. All of my mom's people were musical, so music was always a big part of us anyway. But my guitar, I always say, is my best friend. It's my therapist. It's my doctor, whatever. It's like I can kind of work out every kind of emotion. And so I just kind of get in that place where I can kind of write about being sad, write about being happy. I can write for other people and about their problems that are not able to write. So I love that I'm able to express myself and express the feelings of other people through my music.
We asked a lot of our Read with Jenna community if they had questions for you, and there's no way we'll get to all of them because that's
Well, do a few of them.
We're going to get to a few, but that is how inspiring you are to us. This is a really good one. I always wanted to know, did your dad ever learn how to read?
Well, Susie, my dad never did learn how to read, but my dad took such pride in me having him involved in helping me set up and work the Imagination Library, the program that we have. He got to see the Imagination Library do really well before he passed, and so I always feel like he's looking down thinking, you go, girl. And so he never did learn to read, but that's all right. He really added a lot of wonderful things to a lot of children that are able to read because of our little program.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All of these kids that learn to read, maybe because he didn't know how. At Steffa09 said, what is your favorite book you send out through the Imagination Library?
My favorite one still is the very first one that we send out. It's called The Little Engine That Could. It was a book that I loved when I was young, and it gave me a lot of confidence. And so that's the one I feel like is very important to send out first. And we probably will always keep that little book in our imagination library, because I think it kind of starts them off to say, I think I can. And I always say, I'm proof of that, because I am a little engine that did.
Don't you love that? What books have you read during this time? Anything you can recommend to us that might lift our spirits?
Well, a couple of books that actually are from your book club that you recommended a while back. One is the Girl with the Louding Voice. I loved that little book. And then I also love Dear Edward, that was from your book club that you had recommended to me, I think when you were at Dollywood, and I got the books and I thought they were great. So I haven't been able to read a lot right now. I usually try to read all the time. And so, but those are two of your books that I've read, and
Dolly,
I would recommend that people enjoy.
That made my day that you would read something that I recommend. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, I watch you all the time. I'm always getting books from your book club.
Well, I'm going to put you on my book list, and I'm going to start sending you a book of the month. I've got a
well,
really
do
good
that.
one.
I would love that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to do that. What would you like your legacy to be known as far as storytelling and books, literacy?
Well, you know, I am very proud of everything that I've ever done in the music business, but I have to honestly say that I'm as proud of the Imagination Library as anything that I've ever done. Being called the book lady is something that I would be happy to go to my grave if they forgot everything else, and to say how involved I was in putting books in the hands of so many children and helping children to read. And that whole program is just so personal to me and so important, I think, that I take great pride in it.
Is there one book or song you wish you'd written? This is by Lee.
Oh, I wish I'd have written every hit book. I wish I'd have written every hit song. I keep thinking, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I write that? So I feel like that about a whole lot of things. I think every writer does that. When you hear something wonderful, you think, why didn't I think of that?
Well, I'm sending you so much love, and thank you, Dolly, for being with us here today.
Well, you are more than welcome, and I will see you at another time. Send me a book of the month now. I'm going to be waiting for it.
I'm going to send you a book of the month. I'm putting you on my list.
You do that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Guilty pleasure reading. I know.
Okay, the Kristen Stewart,
Twilight.
I read them in less than a week. I thought that they were kind of hot. And then I read it and I was like, this is like a week and a half of my life I can't get back. But I loved those books when I read them.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
For chatting all things books with me. I read that when you were growing up in Rhode Island, that books were a refuge for you.
It was a refuge. It was an escape into my imagination where I could be anyone I wanted to be and I could go anywhere I wanted to go. So I went to the library. Every day I would walk. When I was in kindergarten, I would walk to the library and I'd stay there until nighttime, and I would walk home.
I also read that Elise, the trusted librarian, was like a friend, was like a mentor.
Well, she was a friend because it was almost like Pavlov's dog. As soon as I got there, she would give me half of her lunch, which was always a tuna fish sandwich and a brownie. And I would devour it, and then I would go into the children's section of the library.
When you think back to being in that children's section, what books do you remember reading?
Everything from Dr. Seuss, everything from the corduroy books. I mean, I remember the smell of the pages.
Was there a favorite when you were little, or something that you remember reading and just thinking, or even maybe an adolescent thinking like, wow, now this?
The first book I ever read that changed my life was Claude Brown's Man-Child in the Promised Land. I think I read it when I was 13, and I could not believe it. It was a memoir about this African-American man growing up in Harlem and the whole drug crisis, you know, in the 20s, and just, it shifted me as a person. That's what it did. It shifted me as a person.
How important is it that kids or teens can see themselves, can see their culture, can see somebody that looks like them in the books that they read?
You know, it's like Albert Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge. Because I think that sometimes a culture can limit you in your identity as a woman of color. And it's only in books and it's only in stimulating your imagination that sometimes you can see your possibilities, you know, and also it's just entertaining, you know. I just feel like it's entertaining. That's why I became an actor. That's why I love acting.
You like to entertain?
Yes, and I like pretending I'm somebody else.
You said earlier when we were chatting that plays were like this opening into this world that you would eventually go into.
I'm an introvert. I'm actually very shy, even though I always tell people I'm a whole lot more fun than you think I am. You have a lot of laughs.
I think I would have fun.
But I'm very, very introverted, and so I used to love holing up in my house reading plays. I would read Eugene O'Neill. Even as a young teenager, Shakespeare, Winter's Tale is my favorite. Macbeth. And I would read, you know, all things August Wilson, you know, Arthur Miller. Arthur Miller absolutely just shifted me in a whole way with Death of a Salesman, View from the Bridge. I consider that to be, you know, they call it dramatic literature. And I would pretend to be all of those characters in it. And yeah.
It was the foreshadowing into your career.
Yeah, now I'm like, when am I gonna retire? I'm tired.
You're like, I don't even have time to read the new J.K.
I got an 8-year-old.
What do you read to your daughter? What do you read to her?
You know what? I read now. My husband gave me a book for our anniversary, and they're all love poems by Emily Dickinson, Pablo Neruda.
Those are romantic.
And they're all romantic. And so we read those together. And how I get her to read it is I say, okay, say the name of the author, Genesis, but do it nonsensical. Just make believe. So she'll go, Pablo Pinky Brains or something. I say, okay, read his poem. And then she reads me his poem. That's how I get her to read it, by making it fun, by making it like
silly.
You know, silly. And she reads me some of the greatest love poems, especially before we go to sleep, you know. So that's...
Is that like a love poem in itself? You're sitting with your daughter reading love poetry? Are you like, this is what life is supposed to be like?
Yes, except when I go, Genesis, do you know how powerful that is? Mommy is crying right now. She's like, okay, Mommy, whatever. It's Pablo Neruda, Genesis.
If you could make any book into a movie, what would it be?
It's, and I'm not trying to push my production company, GB Productions, me and my husband's, but Wild Seed, Octavia Butler, who's probably the greatest science fiction writer ever. She's passed since, but African-American woman, she's written a series of books, but Wild Seed is a story of a woman who's a shapeshifter who's lived for over 300 years, and her partnership with a man who's lived over 2,000 years and how they come together to change the world. Oh my God.
Well, does this mean it's happening? Could be happening?
Oh, it is happening.
Oh, yes.
We're developing it now. That is the book. When I was in my 20s, I said, that's the book. That's the book that speaks to me. That's the book I want to see as a movie. I have a vision of creating narratives with people of color in them that shows them in a light that they've never been seen. That's why I read. That's why I feel like that's my legacy. And that's the book.
Telling a different story.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. We're serving up the best brunch ever for the Today table.
This morning, we're cooking up 3 cozy dishes that will satisfy anyone on Team Savory
or Team Sweet.
I'll be making cheesy loaded potato waffles with bacon.
And I'll be whipping up a decadent French toast bake with a bananas Foster sauce. And I'm making 3 colorful rainbow smoothie bowls with homemade granola.
Whether you're planning a special meal
or just want to make the weekends more fun, it's time to build a better brunch.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
When I was a kid, my mom made most of the meals during the week. But on the weekends, my dad took charge of breakfast duty. French toast was his specialty, so I'm getting super nostalgic today with an amped up version of my childhood fave. The bananas Foster sauce takes French toast to the next level in this recipe. I mean, who doesn't love a little rum in the morning? But first, let's get started with the luscious custard. I'm going to start by combining all of my dry ingredients. We are going in with 1 cup of granulated sugar. We are going to add in 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. I'm also going to be adding in some warming spices. So we have our classic ground cinnamon right here. And then as an optional add-on, I'm also going to be adding in some ground nutmeg and some ground ginger powder. My dad only used cinnamon, but I wanted to give it a little bit of a restaurant quality twist. Next up, we are going to add our wet ingredients. We have heavy cream. This is going to make it super rich and luxurious. We have some whole milk. We'll whisk this on up. We're going to add in 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I'm actually going to crack my eggs into this measuring cup, and then I will put them into the large bowl. The reason why is if I accidentally get any shells, I'll be very easily able to remove them. Going to break up all of these yolks and give it a nice whisk. We will add that into our liquid mixture. And this is a standard custard that we've just made here. Okay, so now that our custard is done, we are going to butter our 9 by 13 inch baking dish. My favorite way to butter a dish is to actually use a paper towel. It does a really great job of grabbing onto the butter and allowing you to get into all of those nooks and crannies. We are using challah bread today. It just does such a good job of absorbing that custard, and it gives you a really creamy French toast that still has a nice crispy exterior. So we have sliced up this challah into 1 inch thick pieces, and we've dried it out. when you dry out your bread, it actually does a better job of absorbing all of the custard. Okay, time to delicately pour our custard over the top of this French toast. And something that I also really like to do is I'll just take these pieces and kind of press them down into the custard, give it a nice custard bath. It's so funny because when I think about the French toast that my dad used to make, super simple. It was white bread, egg, milk. He didn't even measure it. But the best thing was the song that he sang. He used to, while he'd be making the French toast, he would sing this song. And I remember it very vividly to this day. It goes, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. And he would just sing it over and over again, and he'd be like, sing it with me. And we'd be like, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. Good times, the good old days to be a kid. I like to cover this and pop it into the refrigerator for at least 1 hour to soak up all of that custardy goodness. Then, when I'm ready to bake, I will preheat my oven to 350 degrees, pop this into the oven, and cook it for about 40 to 45 minutes. While our French toast is baking up in the oven, I'm gonna get started on our bananas Foster sauce. We have 3 medium ripe bananas, and we're just going to peel them. And this is a really fun alternative to maple syrup. And then I like cutting these on a bias. It just looks really elevated when you slice it on an angle. We'll do the same with the rest of these. We're gonna toast them up before we serve them. So we'll turn our heat to low, add in 1 tablespoon of unsalted butter. Now that our butter is nice and bubbly, we are going to add our bananas into the pan. Toss those in there. We just want to get some nice caramelization. The butter is also going to flavor those bananas really nicely. And as you can see, they're getting a nice, subtle golden color to them. All right, so we've gotten some of that brown consistency on the bottom here. We are going to transfer these bananas over, and we'll get to work on our sauce. This is the fun part. We are going to add in our 1 stick of butter. We're going to combine it with 1 cup of brown sugar. Whisk this all together. And what we're looking for here is a nice silky brown sugar sauce. And we want the brown sugar to completely dissolve. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time to flambe. We are adding in a 1/4 cup of spiced rum to our mixture. Here we go. There we go. Be really careful. And then we are going to turn off the heat. We're going to add in a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. This is optional. I just like adding a little extra creaminess to our sauce. A pinch of salt to awaken the flavor. You guessed it. 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, and a 1/2 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. We're gonna whisk this on up. And there you have it, our bananas Foster sauce. Stunning. Our French toast is out of the oven, looking gorgeous and golden. I love to let it sit for about 10 minutes before cutting into it because it's super hot. And when I serve this up, I love to take the bananas and just adorn the tops of the French toast with those golden banana pieces. Let's slice into this thing. And then, handy dandy fish spatula, really nice and bendy, gets into those nooks and crannies of the pan. We'll lift that out. Look at that. I'm gonna take a little sneak bite. Oh yeah, check that out. Should we give it a taste? Need a bit of banana. The perfect bite. Cheers. Man, oh man, this is a hug. It is transporting me back to my childhood. I know my dad would love this. You know what? This tastes so good, it makes me want to sing. French toasty, French toasty. It's the toasty with the mosty. Yeah.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These crispy potato waffles are packed with tons of flavor, but wouldn't be brunch without the star, bacon. So I'm gonna start off by showing y'all my favorite way to make bacon. I'm gonna get a baking tray and then a baking rack. Now I love doing this because you're gonna get all of the bacon fat drippings right here in this pan. But we're not gonna waste the drippings. We're actually gonna use them to cook up the onion and the garlic for later on. Now I'm gonna cook this in the oven for about 13 to 15 minutes at 420 degrees. So next, we are going to mince up some garlic and slice up some onion. We're gonna dice up the onion pretty small because remember, we're gonna fold this into our potato mash batter. Smash up some garlic, mince it up. Just mash these up. And when you're making this recipe too, I find that it's easier to use cold ingredients just because whenever we're mixing everything together, it's going to hold. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to just grate some cheese. I think cheddar is the way to go for this recipe. Okay, our potatoes are mashed, the cheese is grated, onions and garlic are minced and ready to go, and I smell bacon. We're gonna take our strips of bacon, place them here, and nice and crispy, and we're gonna use some of the oil, you get the drippings. We're gonna add that to our skillet so we can fry up the onion. We're gonna set our skillet to a medium heat, and while that's heating up, I'm gonna start to chop up the bacon. And this is the hardest part of the recipe, because you're gonna wanna start eating it. It's so good. In go the onion and garlic. Yeah, get that nice little sizzle. Now, while that's cooking up, let's begin to bring everything together. Gonna add in some eggs. Crack the eggs in there. I'm just gonna break up the yolks just a little bit. And then add in the star, crispy bacon. We're gonna fold in a little bit of yogurt. This is some Greek yogurt, our cream factor. It's also gonna boost the protein a little bit as well. Keep stirring those onions. You know, you gotta keep moving when it's brunch time. Multitasking in the kitchen. It is a must. Then, I'm also gonna add in some flour, especially because we've added in some wet ingredients. Sprinkle in a little bit of flour. And then in goes the cheese. Pinch of salt. And then some more black pepper. Now, let me show you something. These onions are looking great. Let the onions rest on a paper towel just to drain out some of the excess oil. Great color. There you go. Spread it out. Adding in now the onion and garlic, our flavor to this recipe. Boom. Now let's mix it together the same way that you would a waffle batter. All right, and look at this. This is the way that your batter should look. All this cheesy goodness with bacon and chunks of potato. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and grab my waffle maker. See, my waffle iron is preheated to a medium-high heat, so we get a nice crisp on there. And since it's already nice and hot, I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of avocado oil. Boom. And then in goes our potato batter. Look at this goodness. Spread it out there. Not too much, not too heavy-handed. Pat it down, and then mash it. Boom. Spin it, and then just wait. Wait for the goodness to come to life. We are nearing the 5-minute mark. So we're gonna flip it and build the better brunch. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, open it up. Whoa! And you see all of the crispiness. You see this golden color because that's also the cheese. Oh, the cheese has helped it to get nice and crispy on the outside. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. All right, let's add our toppings. So I'm gonna top it off with a little bit of Greek yogurt, a little dollop here. Looks kind of like whipped cream, right? Then a little bit of green onion action. Some leftover bacon. Who has leftover bacon in their house? Come on, let's just be real. And then a little bit of cheese. Here we go. Boom. Beautiful. And for the homie in your kitchen, boom. All right, I gotta get into this and do the hard job and taste it for the internet since you can't be here. You can taste it pretty soon in your own kitchen though. You hear the crunchiness? Look at that. Oh, that potato. There we go. This is a perfect brunch meal, and guess what? It's so filling. I know for certain you will have a better brunch if you make these crispy potato waffles.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Brunch is a great way to spend time with family and friends over delicious food. But for me, it's also about posting beautiful food pics on the gram. Today I'm making 3 nutrient-packed smoothie bowls that are pleasing to the eye and even more pleasing to eat. First up, I'm gonna get started with a crunchy topping, my saffron cardamom granola. So I'm gonna start with my saffron syrup. So the first step is to add equal parts water and sugar. We wanna stir it constantly until the sugar is completely dissolved and it comes to a simmer. And once that sugar is dissolved, we're gonna add in our beautiful saffron threads. Look at that color, it's really starting to get dark and beautiful. Okay, so my saffron syrup is done, so I'm gonna cut the heat. I'm gonna pour my saffron syrup into a mason jar so I can cool it and store it. And as it cools, it's gonna thicken up a bit more. So this is not a traditional granola by any means. So first, we're gonna start with our liquids. We have coconut oil here, and to this, we're gonna add our cooled saffron syrup. Still can't get over the color, gorgeous. And then we also wanna add a pinch of ground cardamom. We're gonna do 2 pinches for good luck. A pinch of salt, and some freshly grated nutmeg. So we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients for our granola. So first, our rolled oats, our pumpkin seeds, our sliced almonds, and our coconut chips. So you get that all in, along with your chia seeds. And I first like to just give this a toss because I don't want any big clumps once we pour in our liquids. Great. Our beautiful coconut oil and saffron syrup mixture goes in. Make sure to just give it a good whisk so that you don't have separation. So you pour that over. Make sure to get all those beautiful saffron threads. And then you give this a light toss. Okay. And then we want to pour it onto a parchment-lined baking sheet. And then we want to spread this evenly. If you don't spread it evenly, it's all going to just bake up into a clump, and the idea is to make sure that it gets nice and crisp. After I take my granola out of the oven, I'm gonna mix in some of my favorite dried fruits, and we wanna do that after it comes out of the oven because we don't want these to burn and we want them to stay juicy. So we have some dates, some dried cherries, and some dried cranberries. All right, let's get our granola into the oven.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm all set up to make my rainbow smoothie bowls, and I'm making 3. The first is a mango turmeric smoothie bowl, the second is a dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl, and the third is a blue spirulina banana smoothie bowl. So let's talk about these dragon fruits. As you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they come in all different varieties. Yellow, pink, sometimes they're white inside, sometimes they're pink or red inside, sometimes they're gigantic like this one, but don't be intimidated because they're actually quite soft. And she's a beautiful pink one. Look how gorgeous that is. Also, this kind of matches my earrings. I have dragon fruit earrings on. The thing that I love about these smoothie bowls is they all have the same consistent base. So it's actually much easier than they look. They all start out with a coconut milk ice cube base. So we want to start with 1 can of full fat coconut milk. And then we're just gonna give it a little whisk. We're gonna take our full fat coconut milk and pour it right into the tray. Easy peasy. You wanna make sure to fill it to the top. So 1 can of full fat coconut milk should basically fit into 1 standard size ice cube tray. It's like it was made for this. And now we're gonna pop this into the freezer and freeze overnight until solid. Now I'm gonna make my mango turmeric smoothie bowl. So we wanna get about 1 cup of the frozen coconut milk ice cubes into the blender. And now we're gonna add 1 cup of frozen mango. Get that right in. So we're gonna add in about half a teaspoon of turmeric. And to this, we're gonna actually add, I know this is gonna sound weird, but a pinch of black pepper. And then we wanna add a little bit of agave. So add that right in. And then a splash of unsweetened plant milk. I'm using oat milk, just a little splash. And then we blend it up. You may need to scrape down the sides in between to make sure all of the coconut and the mango and everything in there blends together. All right, just looking thick and creamy. So we're gonna pour this into our serving bowl. Look at that texture and color. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is making me so hungry. And now we're gonna get started on my second one, which is the dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl. So this starts off with the same base, and then we're gonna add some frozen pink dragon fruit. Look how gorgeous this is. We're gonna add a little bit of rose essence. And then we're gonna get blending. So bright and vibrant. And no artificial food colorings, people. 1 more little blitz and we're ready to go. How beautiful is this? And now I'm gonna make my third smoothie bowl, my spirulina banana smoothie bowl. Like every other smoothie bowl, we're gonna start with the same base. Next, we're gonna add in a cup of frozen banana. And the star of the show for this smoothie bowl is blue spirulina. So while this may look artificial, it is completely natural, it is vegan, and it's actually made from an algae. So it's from under the sea, which is why it's blue. I am so happy with this color. I cannot wait to top off these smoothie bowls. So I have my beautiful saffron cardamom granola here. So we're gonna crack that open, and that's gonna be our first topping. I love the complement of the saffron and cardamom with the mango, very Indian-esque, which is fitting for me. Gorgeous. I love these little circles. We used a melon baller to scoop these out. Stunning. And that's it. They literally look like they taste like the rainbow, but I think I really have to go in for the blue spirulina banana one. Oh my God. This is so delicious. I mean, just look at that texture. It's like a pina colada in your mouth, but you're sitting on the beach while drinking that pina colada, something that we all want to do. So good. These rainbow smoothie bowls are a winner for any brunch table.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones. Today we're celebrating Women on the Move, exploring how women have used movement to empower themselves and their communities over the last 70 years. We'll take a look at how exercise changes throughout a woman's life from puberty to menopause. Plus, we'll learn what surprising item inspired the design of the first sports bra and the best ways to eat before, during, and after a workout. And we'll introduce you to a new fitness platform that's making room for everyone to get moving. This is Women on the Move. Although today it's common to see a woman heading to the gym or out for a jog, it's still a relatively new phenomenon, a movement decades in the making. From jogging and jazzercise to Pilates and HIIT. Over the years, women have celebrated their bodies through exercise, but it hasn't always been this way.
In the 1950s and 1960s, exercise was considered pretty taboo for women. There were fears that it could damage her or actually make her uterus fall out, and sweat was considered taboo and unladylike.
Thanks to the work of dozens of fitness visionaries like Bonnie Pruden, Lottie Burke, and Jane Fonda, women were excited to get up and move.
Now go into toe steps. Lift your heels up.
As fitness for women became more accepted, it also became more expected.
There are so many kind of implicit messages being sent to girls and women from a very young age that to be a woman is to be forever working on your body and to view your body as a project.
And the community has not always encouraged everybody to participate.
Women's fitness has a history of catering to mostly white, middle to upper class women. But everyone deserves to have access to the truly beneficial things that fitness can do for our mental, physical, and emotional health.
The lessons learned through exercise empower other areas of women's lives.
Strength begets strength. When you feel physically empowered, when you feel good in your own skin, that can translate to how you make your way in the world.
Whether you like to run, dance, or stretch in your home, in the park, or at the gym, women have found their favorite ways to break a sweat.
I think we're really at the beginning of a moment where we're learning to harness exercise in a way that's truly about feeling good and feeling strong.
Using exercise to harness our power. I love that. All right, let's talk a little bit. Joining us now is OBGYN Dr. Camila Phillips, the founder of Cala Women's Health in New York City, and she's here to explain why exercise is so important at different points in a woman's life. Thank you for talking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
So we know that a woman's body continues to change over time, but we should be exercising all throughout. So let's break it down into puberty, pregnancy, and then menopause. We'll start with puberty, if you will. When girls go through puberty, their bodies change, and and they've noticed, teachers have noticed, and experts have noticed, that's when a girl almost pulls back sometimes. Before, she's running all over the place, running around the playground, and then she starts to get a little self-conscious. She may not want to exercise. How do we push through that? You know, why is it so important for teenage girls to stay active?
Right. Puberty is such an awkward time for so many young people. I remember it myself, just feeling strange in your own body. So being active is really important in helping them reconnect. And I like to think outside the box with activity. It doesn't have to be running. It can be soccer, basketball, contact sports, really thinking outside for them to help them engage in different parts of their body. It helps them maintain a sense of pride and enthusiasm about what wellness and strength can be, and that they embody that.
And you're a doctor, so if a girl is having cramps, exercise, I know, can help, right?
Right. It's really important to remember that when we work out, your body releases an amazing assortment of endorphins, which are natural painkillers. And so before we go to reach for some pill, you know, sometimes moving your body, jogging around the block, doing a dance party in your living room can help release those endorphins and help with menstrual pain.
I love that. All right, let's talk about pregnancy, another big life event, if you will. Exercise. I know it certainly depends on the woman, so you definitely need to check with your doctor. One of my pregnancies, I was walking all over the place. My sister's like working out when she's pregnant. My twins, I couldn't even walk, so good night, everybody.
Right.
But what's the thought when it comes to exercise and pregnancy?
Well, we've really had a paradigm shift as it relates to being active in pregnancy. So the days of laying on the couch are no more. We encourage women who are having normal, safe pregnancies to get out there and move your body. It helps reduce the risk of C-section, gestational diabetes, and hypertension, and really can help with the marathon of labor.
Are there any exercises that you shouldn't do when you're pregnant?
So you really want to use your best judgment. Anything that involves contact is probably not the best idea. So soccer, basketball, those kind of things. You can do a stationary bike because your risk of falling is minimal, but you want to use your best judgment. Swimming, low impact exercises are best.
And what about post-pregnancy? What would you say?
Exercise is key post-pregnancy. So when you're active while you're pregnant, it helps your recovery postpartum. Women who have gained the extra weight tend to lose it faster. It helps with your mental health and warding off postpartum depression because you're still staying active and engaging, and also can help with toning your core and getting back to your regular clothes.
All right, so now I think I'm in the, what am I, almost 44? There's perimenopause and then menopause. And it gets harder, frankly, to lose the weight or to try to stay fit. But what's your advice once a woman starts to go through menopause? Like, I understand you recommend that they start using weights, for example.
I think a lot of women are often very afraid of picking up weight.
I am sometimes. Well, because I'm for, you know, you're worried about bulking up.
Yes. Even a 5, 10, 15-pound weight is going to help you maintain your muscle and really tone. A lot of women complain of extra unintentional weight gain, and that's what weights are going to help you do. Also, picking up weights are going to maintain your bone health, which is super critical when you're menopausal. Osteopenia, osteoporosis, where the bones weaken and can actually fracture, it's a big deal. And so weight-bearing exercises, including picking up some weights, are going to be great.
So have you, obviously you have, and doctors have seen the difference. Is it preventable? So let's say in your family you have a history of either osteoporosis, or you see some folks in your family who are dealing with those issues. If you start now, can you perhaps avoid what feels like inevitable?
You might be able to ward it off, but that is a risk factor, having a family history of it. And so paying attention to it early, recognizing it early, and intervening with weights is definitely going to do you well.
Okay, such good advice. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, coming up, now we're inspired. Learn how 3 friends transformed the way women exercise forever. And later, tips on how to fuel your body before, during, and after that workout that we promised to do. All that and more just ahead on Wellness Today.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with Women on the Move. For many women, the idea of doing a workout without a good sports bra seems impossible. But in the late 70s, that wasn't the case until 3 women came together to invent this groundbreaking essential. The jogging craze of the 70s got Lisa Lindahl up and running, but the new exercise made one thing painfully clear.
So were you working out one day in college and you said, you know what, this regular bra just isn't working?
I had started running. I loved it. It literally changed my life. And the only uncomfortable part about it was my bouncing boobs, frankly.
Regular bras just weren't supportive enough for fitness for women with larger chests. So Lisa turned to her childhood friend, Polly Palmer-Smith, and her colleague, Hinda Miller, both costume designers, to build a better bra. But they weren't having any luck until Lisa's husband put a jockstrap on his chest as a joke.
My then husband came down the stairs and said, "Hey ladies, here's your jock bra." We thought that was so funny, and so I took it off of him and pulled it on myself, and I went, "Polly, I'm not moving."
Oh my gosh.
Polly took 2 jock straps and sewed them together, and that design informed the final product, which they called the jog bra.
And our goal was to make it a climb-in bra, no hooks, no straps that would fall off. So that was my mission.
While Polly became an Emmy Award-winning costume designer, Lisa and Hinda ran the booming jog bra business for more than a decade.
It grew because women were demanding products that supported them in their new active life.
So it was the 1-2 punch of Title IX and the sports bra that allowed girls and women to really step up and step into their own power.
We have the crisscross straps in the back.
Now, the jog bra resides in the National Museum of American History's collections, in part because of the invention's impact on women.
Gave them freedom of movement. It allowed them to, do more vigorous exercise. This opened up a lot of areas for them that they didn't feel comfortable in before.
But for the inventors of the first sports bra, it's seeing women succeed in sports and embrace fitness that makes them proud.
That was the mission of Jog Bra. No matter what your size, shape, or age, every woman and girl deserves the benefits of exercise and fitness.
I had the best time talking with Lisa, Hinda, and Polly. By the way, they were inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame for creating the jog bra, and you can see it on display at the Smithsonian National Museum of American History starting in 2023. Well deserved. So now that we know how the sports bra was invented, here's the big question for us today. How do we find one that fits? So joining us now is Self Magazine's editor-in-chief, Lita Shai, to share tips on keeping the girls supported. Hi.
Hi, Chanel.
I just think this is so fantastic. I have to be honest, I was born in '78. The sports bra in my mind has always been. So to see these women who actually, started it,
exactly,
it's
they're
pretty
the
cool.
reason why we were able to work out with confidence.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk about why, first of all, it's so important for women to find the right sports bra.
Right, so when it comes to finding the right fit, it's not just about how you feel, but also your confidence level. So I think a really important thing to remember is if we're wearing the right clothes and we're feeling good about what we're working out in, we're going to have a good workout. And I think that's really important. But also, if you have the wrong fitting bra, it can lead to things like breast pain, which is just not good for anyone, but that can, lead to kind of some long-term issues.
Yeah, you can be sore.
You can be sore
Yeah.
during your workouts. Fit is really important.
So on that note, we have 3 different mannequins here with some different, things to think about when you're purchasing a sports bra. So with this one, pretty basic, but what do we need to know?
So this one, when you're really looking for a sports bra, it's important to be able to try it out in the dressing room if you can, but if you're shopping online, really look for the 3 types of support. So there's low impact, medium impact, and high impact. And this is a good example of a low impact bra. So, it's got some straps right here. It's got just like, it's keeping you supported, but it's not more like, it's like
not locked
everything
in.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if you're a little heavier chested, you need a little bit more support. I didn't realize you could buy one that looks almost like a bra.
Yeah, so this is called an encapsulated bra. There's different versus a more compression bra, or I guess we don't have one here, but kind of what we would think of the uniboob boob look. This one is if you like to kind of keep your cups separate. It's got some styles in the back where you can make it into a racer back. But style is really important when you are searching for a bra because there are so many different types out there that it's it can be hard to find the right fit for you. And I think what's important about shopping for a bra is to always put it on, try it, see how it feels. Where does it fit on your rib cage? Is it hard to breathe? Is it easy to breathe? Is it too constricting? All of those things are really important.
I put on and I just jump.
Yeah, you gotta jump. Yeah, exactly.
See how it goes.
Exactly.
All right, so last but not least, full disclosure, I told her, I'm like, do I want a corset vibe? But you brought up a really good point, though. Sometimes
vibes going on, right?
Yes, but sometimes they're hard to get off. So this takes that away.
Exactly. So a lot of people, after a workout, you're really sweaty. You don't actually, the idea of just going like this is not so great. So a lot of people really like front zippers, front clasps, some back clasps. This is a good example of that. And this one is actually really great for people with larger chests. It's a high impact bra. It keeps everything in. You can jump around. You can do a lot of movement.
Yeah, like as it goes all the way up.
Exactly.
You're in there. The girls are in there.
Yeah.
Really quickly, how often should you replace it and washing with some of your sports bras?
You know what? I'm not sure how much you should wash it. Probably every single time you wear it.
But as far as the care, hand wash probably.
Hand wash. Put it in a garment bag. As long as you are feeling comfortable in your bra, there's no breast pain. I think you can keep your bra as long as you like it.
Okay. Lita, thank you. Good things to keep in mind. All right, coming up, a registered dietitian breaks down what you should eat to fuel your best workout. And later, a new kind of movement platform that inspires so much more than just a good sweat. Right after this.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome Welcome back to Wellness Today, Women on the Move. Here to teach us a few ways we can use food as our fuel to add a boost to our workouts is registered dietitian Vanessa Rossetto. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So excited.
So let's dig in a little bit. First of all, let's talk about 3 factors that we should all consider when we're planning our meals during the day.
Yeah, so 3 factors we want to consider are the duration, the intensity, and the time of day.
Okay.
So if you're going to exercise at 5 o'clock in the morning, a lot of people don't really feel very great eating right away, right?
Absolutely.
It's like, it's hard, right? Because if you're getting up at 5,
Yeah.
you're probably going to work out at like 5:15. So you want to think about, what did you eat the night before? If you're properly fueled from the night before, then you should be fine to sustain your workout. And then after you eat, you probably want to wait about 20 minutes, and you should just have a regular breakfast: protein, fat, carbohydrate. So if we look over here, we can see, right? We have a slice of toast. That's a carb.
So this right here would be before a workout. One or the other?
You could have after the workout, and you could also probably have before if you so choose. But I would suggest waiting 30 to 60 minutes, just because it might not make your stomach feel really great. So you want to pay attention to that. But you could have this slice of toast, peanut butter, you've got protein, you have fat, you have carbohydrate. You could also have oatmeal. It has the exact same thing. You just want to think, if you want to have that extra protein in the oatmeal and you're making the oatmeal with water, then you would add a peanut butter or maybe
So it seems like you need the carbs, protein, and a little bit of fat.
Totally.
You need it all.
Yes.
And I think in our minds, a lot of us think, okay, no fat. Or no carbs.
Right.
You know, we constantly try to figure it out.
Right, but if we had them all together, it helps to slow down that digestion and helps keep you full until the next meal.
Okay.
So you're not constantly looking for the next meal because you're properly fueled.
And then 30 to 60 minutes, would you say, before you work out?
Yeah, because, you know, moving around, jumping around,
Yeah, it's a lot.
it might make you not feel well. If you're somebody who you're not affected, by all means, have at it, but it just depends on who you are.
So let's talk about staying hydrated during a workout. Is just good old-fashioned water not enough, or do you need a little extra oomph?
Well, it just depends, right? If I'm training for the New York City Marathon in August, New York City in August is very warm, right?
Yeah.
So I would need more than just water.
But what about just the average Joe watching this morning? Or not Joe, or well, you could be a Joe too.
Yeah.
Or Julia.
So how hydrated are you? Are you somebody who drinks alcohol at night? You might be more dehydrated. Did you have coffee? So you want to be paying attention to that.
What are these things?
Right. So we've got water here is fine.
Yeah.
You could also have powdered electrolyte water or just a Noon tablet. And
What's that? I don't even know what that is.
A Noon tablet is electrolyte, so it's just going to help you stay more hydrated. And if you don't want to spend money or have these things in your house, good old-fashioned table salt will do the same trick.
Really?
Yes.
What, in your water?
Yeah, in your water.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit, just a pinch. It's going to help you with hydration. It's going to help your muscles, so you don't have to go through this exercise of spending extra cash on electrolyte water.
Learn something every day. All right, let's talk about after your workout. I asked her, full disclosure, if it's true after you work out, if you eat a meal, like your body's like burning it. And she said, no, that's not true. So talk about what we should eat after a workout.
Yeah, so okay, here's the thing. When you exercise, your muscles are depleted of glycogen, which is their energy store. So you want to make sure that you definitely have eaten something so that you're not using all the muscles that you've been building. So that makes sense. But how are ways for you to replenish and recover? So we have blueberries here. That's like the best recovery. And also,
why is that?
It's just because the antioxidants help with the muscles. So runners do this, cyclists. And then you want to add some cheese to it because there's protein there. So it's going to help spare your muscles. And then also a really good recovery drink, the best recovery drink, is chocolate milk. It has electrolytes. It has calcium. It has magnesium. It has phosphorus. So again, it helps with your hydration. It helps keep your muscles boosted. And also it's going to help you feel full.
You know what? It's so funny because we've been trained, and it's not right, but to think chocolate milk or cheese, like some of these things are bad, but it just goes to show.
Yeah. No, we don't have to omit any food, and we don't need to vilify these foods. If they work for you, you should definitely have them. And it also makes things like different and exciting. So think about if you had worked out maybe in the middle of the day and it's not quite ready for lunch, you could have a chocolate milk as a snack, and that's gonna feel good, and you're not going to feel so hungry and peckish maybe later on at night.
What's your thought on counting calories, or calories in versus calories out?
Not all calories are created equal. Sure. If you want to think about 96 calories of beer versus 96 calories of chicken are going to be digested entirely different way.
Okay.
So calories in, calories out is very old, but nutrition is a new science. We only started studying it maybe like 80 years ago. So we're still always learning. And that was something that we thought was true, you know, in the mid 50s, 60s, 70s. But now we know that's not entirely the story. So I don't think counting calories is the way, but really making sure that you have protein, fat, and carb at every meal is going to help you stay full. And then you don't have to be so hyper-focused on the calorie. But what does the makeup of the plate look like? Do you have fiber? Do you have fat? Are you enjoying your food? Those are things that are going to help you in the long run, not overeat or binge later on in the day.
It almost too sounds like this whole show is about health and wellness. Just being mindful of what you're putting in, even with these things, like even before you work out, like all of these things, it's well thought out. But you see all of the groups here.
Totally. And also like what's right for you is not right for me.
Yeah.
There's so many factors.
Vanessa Rossetto, thank you so much. All right, when we come back, actor Allison Stoner's new fitness platform that will inspire all of us to get moving right here on Wellness Today.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Women on the Move. You may recognize Allison Stoner from her roles in Step Up and Cheaper by the Dozen. Now her latest project with her sister Corey O'Neill is disrupting the wellness space with movement classes to help improve not only physical health, but emotional and mental well-being too. I got a chance to sit down with them to learn more about Movement Genius and an inclusive and empowering platform. Take a look.
And starting with your feet, go ahead and tighten the muscles in your feet by curling your toes downward. And now exhale and suddenly release all the tension completely.
So we are currently at the annual Youth Wellness Summit with the Society for the Prevention of Teen Suicide. And Movement Genius is teaching students some different stress relief techniques that they can use to support their mental health.
We first built Movement Genius thinking this would be for young people. But really, this is for everyone with a body.
Historically, wellness has been built by and for a very narrow set of bodies. So right off the bat, we wanted to make sure that we're collaborating with practitioners and experts who embody all lived experiences, all kinds of body types, preferences, needs, so that you can see wellness for everyone.
Just like your mind, your body is remembering all of your experiences every day. The high moments, the low moments.
It's interesting though, because when I think about mental health, I don't know if I connect it with the body. You think neck up.
Where is stress, anxiety, and even trauma stored? In the body, in the muscles, in your cells, in these learned behaviors and responses to different situations. So mindful movement allows you to reconnect your mind and body, learn how your body needs to relax and release tension.
This isn't a new practice per se, but it's never been presented in an entertaining format.
If you're releasing a bunch of stress hormones and adrenaline, shaking it out actually helps you release that adrenaline, and then you can come down to a state of calmness.
So you've heard of fight, flight, or freeze?
Absolutely.
Or stress and threat response. Now, what happens after that threat is done? What do you normally do?
I don't really run. Maybe I freeze? I don't know.
So once we freeze, have you ever seen an animal in a moment of threat? Do
Do you recognize what they do after that threat has
No,
passed?
I've never really thought about it.
After a moment of threat, we'll kind of just shake it off and then keep moving forward and shake out some of the stress.
So it's not just fun, there's science behind it.
There is science behind it. We're just reminding you of the intelligence that your body has to cope with stress and feel better.
You'll see me doing this tomorrow before
Yes.
the show, and you're like, what is she doing?
Exactly.
Movement Genius is committed to making their wellness classes accessible to everybody. Most memberships cost no more than $10 a month. Thank you for joining me to celebrate how women have transformed their lives through exercise. We've seen how breaking a sweat is essential for our mental, physical, and emotional well-being at all stages of our lives. I am feeling ready, and I hope you are too, to find the fitness routine that makes you feel your best every single day. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
It's part of the current cultural conversation. A hashtag child-free lifestyle, which has more than 270 million views on TikTok. The U.S. birth rate decreased by 4% from 2019 to 2020, making it the lowest number of births since 1979. And 44% of non-parents ages 18 to 49 say it is unlikely that they will have children someday. Even celebs like Mary J. Blige have weighed in about being child-free.
I like my freedom. I like being able to get up and go and move and do what I want to do. I don't want to pretend to someone all the time.
Now that I'm 30, becoming a mom isn't supposed to be a far-off stage of life. The once taboo topic of infertility has become a dominating and important conversation. But it's also created a fear that's taken space for the initial question, do I even want kids? To find out, I got a little help from some new friends. Candace Bushnell, she's the 63-year-old author of Sex and the City who opted for a child-free lifestyle. Ty Beauchamp, this 44-year-old media maven and entrepreneur, decided to freeze her eggs in hopes to have children one day. Susana Madrigal, by day she runs an advertising agency, but the 48-year-old especially loves her title of mom to daughter Annalisa. Together, these ladies are helping me find my way.
I am so happy to have this conversation with you all, and I really want it to be just as raw and open as you want to be. I think it is going to start a lot of conversations beyond this and help a lot of people out, including myself, to be quite honest with you. I'm a little bit taking advantage of the resources I have to be able to culminate all the knowledge and make decisions for myself moving forward. How would you define being a mother?
Definitely not what I expected, but what I tell my daughter all the time, I'm here to be her protective guide through life. So whatever pitfalls or whatever shortcuts I can offer her, I'm going to tell her the truth about it and be here for her. I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear, but I'm going to hug you at the end of it, and I'm going to tell you that I love you.
I'm not a mother yet. I am a godmother of 7. I would define motherhood and being a mother as giving, loving, something I look forward to, even though, quite frankly, at 44, there are question marks about whether or not I'll do it. And there are certain parts of me right now at 44 where I'm evolving and also resolved. Like, how much of my life do I really want to change?
It's something that you're thinking about doing.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was 43, I'd just gotten married. My husband was 10 years younger, and I suppose we could have had kids.
Yeah.
He said he didn't want to have kids. I said I didn't want to have kids, and we never ever talked about it or thought about it again.
Wow. I've always desired to be a mother. Like, honestly, my best friend from childhood, I'm still best friends with now, will say that I talked about motherhood more than I did being married. I was told to focus on my career, and that's what I did. I forgot that you have, if you want relationship, you have to invest in that too.
Yeah. When I was in my 20s, it was the early 80s, you were somehow going to have it all. You were going to have a career, you were going to be married, you were going to have kids. Meanwhile, nobody had any idea, like, what does this career really look like? What does it really require? Because nobody had seen their mothers even doing it. You know, I mean, my mother worked, she started her own business, but you know, if you, like, a woman having a career was like, oh, keep that really quiet. We don't know anybody who does that. That was one of the things that was one of the driving forces of Sex and the City. Being a single woman in her 30s and hearing everybody tell you, if you were a woman and when you turned 35, it was like the light switch went off.
Having a 28-year-old daughter, there still is a buzzer when it comes to the scary 35. She doesn't know if she ever wants to have kids, but just the possibility. She's like, do I have to find a boyfriend right now in order to, you know, have that, because that society still pushes.
So I froze my eggs at 35. I think the narrative that we've told ourselves about leaning into the career and leaning heavily into one area or certain areas of our lives and not putting the investment in the other areas. And that's what I would have done differently. We have to think about our lives holistically. And if you want return on the investment, you have to invest in it. And it doesn't mean that the investment is always going to yield. It's a risk, right?
I do think of life sort of as you can't talk about the personal without talking about the professional if you are in a career that you love and that you dream of. And so for me, I have spent so much time on my career happily, but it's only now that I'm starting to get into dating, sort of. I mean, I've had boyfriends in the past, I've had serious relationships, but I do think that now I'm sort of starting to think about my personal life as something I kind of need to conquer.
Yes.
In a way, as opposed to it just being there and being fun.
Relationships are still in the forefront. Yeah. Love is still in the forefront. I don't think that you give that up just because you choose to go, you know, and focus on your career. But now I see there's more strength behind it too. They're not dating someone just to have a boyfriend, you know, because like in the 80s, you know, where it was like, oh, I need this. It was just expected when we were growing up. If you got married and had babies right away and got your career, then happiness and joy was the reward with that.
Right.
And that's not true.
You already know you have so many options. So as you're considering the options of who you date, when you date, how you date, think about your life in this totality. Like, think about it and not be like fear-based around it, not like have it like, you know, give you anxiety, but think about what are those things that I imagine for my life? And what are the things that I want to imagine for my life for a lifetime and not just for a season?
When we first met and I told you my age, you said, freeze your eggs. That was the first thing that you said, freeze your eggs.
I say that to a lot of people and they're like, you just met me? I'm like, do it. I want younger women to have options and to know what their options are, whatever it is you decide for yourself. When I did it, it was about $17,000 of an investment in total. I spend $1,200 a year to preserve the eggs, and it feels like a worthwhile investment to me.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for a new episode of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
If there was a scale of hope and pressure, where do you fall on that scale?
I'm accepting, and I don't feel pressured. There are certain things about my life I don't want to change. I just flew in from Aruba. I can do that with not having a child. If I have children, it takes a lot more resource in order for me to live my life the way that I like. I have learned that the longer you wait, the more comfortable you get with what you know. Mm-hmm. And what you know is what you will tend to lean into. It becomes a lot more difficult to change your mind and your thinking and to unlearn all the things that you've learned.
Well, and that's part of the societal norm that we sort of need to assess.
I was a lock-up key kid.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us had our little, necklace key, and it's like we were taking care of ourselves. I was cooking for my brother. It was just like, where were mom and dad? They were working. My mother was doing the best she could with what she knew at the time.
Absolutely.
And she's grown so much, and I'm so proud of her, and I love her to pieces. I was deathly afraid of being disappointed and burdened like she was. And I didn't want to make somebody else feel that way because I didn't like feeling like a burden, growing up. I don't like babies. I don't like Cabbage Patch Kids. I never played with dolls. I never liked kids. I had to take care of my little brother. And so I was deathly afraid. And so when I did find out the first time, I was married and I was taking my pills, diligently, and I got pregnant. I ended up getting an ectopic pregnancy. When I spoke to the doctor next, he says, well, your chances of getting pregnant again are nil to void. And I thought, I knew it. I knew I was not meant to be a mother. I was right all along. And so I throw away my birth control pills, and a month later, I'm pregnant again.
You were meant to be a mom then.
I don't believe in coincidences. And I felt that I was being offered this challenge for a reason, and it was something that I needed to explore. And I didn't realize it, but I started to feel the icicles melt off my heart.
There's a recent Pew study that came out in 2021 that said 44% of adults between 18 to 49 who are non-parents have said they are likely to not have kids. Why do you think people are talking about this more?
You don't believe that?
You don't believe that. Why?
Tell me why.
Well, right now, over the age of 50 it's like 85% of women have children, which is huge. The more women who can have children do have children.
Because of the options, maybe?
I don't know if it's because of the options or if it's because of, it's I don't know, difficult to live socially unless you do have kids. I mean, is it really a choice if almost every woman is having a child? I don't know. Is it societal? It's interesting.
As the creator of Sex and the City, you created these characters, two of which never had kids.
I am so sick of these people with their children. I'm telling you, they're everywhere.
Was that just something that you didn't think twice of because it sort of emulated yourself?
It was really about a time when women were putting off getting married and having kids. They're your Sex and the City years, you're with your girlfriends, then they're the reproductive years when that's where you are. You're thinking about
I'm like
having a house, a partner, children. All of this is just really about technology that allows women to delay child birthing options.
One of the things that's interesting is I think that the career years have lengthened. I think the growth of women in the workplace, we're earning more and we extend those years. And so now being in my reproductive years at 44 is a little late, quite frankly.
To me, it seems so normal.
Does it seem normal?
Yes.
Only because I froze my eggs. Only because I froze my eggs, though. The career years are being lengthened and the reproductive years are coming later without the science and the technology and without the financial resource. Then you're left wondering what happens if you didn't think about it earlier.
Also, the landscape has changed.
Yes.
It used to be, oh, she's a working mom, she's a stay-at-home mom. Oh, she decided to have a career. I love that now. I mean, we get to choose whatever flavor of life we want that fits us.
I do feel like most women want to have kids, and if you want to have kids, you should be able to have them. But also, we shouldn't tell women that the only path to happiness is having kids.
Sure.
Or not having kids.
You know,
if you want it, do it. If it fits right for you, then do it. Just be genuine and be authentic and just go with it.
The actual choice of becoming a mother is something that so many people are now finally, I think, feeling the freedom and almost the bravery of being able to talk about that, because I think that, for example, Mary J. Blige just recently said on her decision to not having kids, she said, I like my freedom. And when I read that, I was thinking about that because as a 30-year-old living alone, I have a lot of freedom. In thinking about this choice, I realized, wait a minute, I fear that freedom will turn into a void for me. In realizing that, I kind of am leaning more towards, oh wait, maybe I do want to have kids. Maybe it's not a societal pressure that I feel, but let me reflect on that.
I think that that's powerful. And I that's one of the things that I absolutely love about social media and the conversations that we're having. It goes back to the options, but the reality is that every age we're always going to be evolving, which is why I say, as you take in this information, as you assess, as you evaluate, as you say, okay, this is what I'm thinking right now, why not create as many options for yourself as possible? When I started to share this story of me freezing my eggs, it was not standard, and especially for a Black woman to talk about it. I can't tell you how many people said that they read the article in Essence, or they saw me on the cover of the New York Post, or whatever, talking about this before Facebook. I wanted women to think about their options. It wasn't because you have to do this. Just know that there are options out there for you, and I love that you're considering what those options are.
As time goes on, I think we'll have more and more time and more technology to decide whether, when, how we're going to have children. I mean,
I agree.
It's, a lot of people on TikTok at 30 years old saying, oh, I'm not going to have kids. You know what? Give them 10 years. I promise you, half of them will have kids, because it's something that it's life. Life happens to you when you're not looking. It's like, I fell in love. It's like people do kind of grow up and evolve.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that.
I want to stop for a second.
In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Did ambition play a role, a factor into your decision to not have kids?
Even when I was a kid, I didn't want kids. I always felt like I would be an outlier by not having kids, but I was okay with that. I wanted to be in New York and be a writer, and you know, being married and having kids wasn't part of the culture.
And was it not part of what fulfilled you also?
It wasn't something that I was thinking was going to fulfill me. I was, you know, it's like you come to New York, you kind of, the understanding is you come here to make it. So you come here to, you know, maybe having kids and being married is part of it, but it's like you are coming to New York to make it because it's too hard to live. It was too hard to live here.
Yeah.
So.
And you made it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever thought about my ambition getting in the way of it. I do know that I was always incredibly driven. And I think it was easy for me to prioritize my career. My career was an outcome of what I did. It didn't rely on anyone else. So I could trust Ty Beauchamp. I'm like, Ty can do this and Ty will focus and do this. I was raised by single Black women. And so for them, there wasn't the luxury. It was like, you have to achieve, you have to. And they taught me what they knew. And education was it, and focusing on building yourself was it, because we were told that we couldn't rely on anyone else.
Yes.
I'm trying to unlearn a lot of those things now in order to build trust in a relationship. I'm trying to unlearn those things in order to really be a great partner and hopefully a wonderful wife. But ambition was it, because that's what I was taught the Holy Grail was.
And that was how you were going to survive.
And exactly.
You know,
that would
it's
happen
like
with or without
it's
kids.
that it's a message that it's
Had
like
to.
that I guess I got as a kid was that, you know, well, you don't rely on a relationship to make you happy.
I got married at 19, had an Elisa at 20, you know, and it was just, I was so young, I didn't know who I was. I didn't know what life was about. And putting myself, you know, in second place all the time, I never did get to put myself through college. I instead just worked, went up the ranks, and then am now, you know, I've never had to rely, you know, on anyone, but I've always had myself.
And I do think it's interesting, though, in looking back, Ty, I know that you were saying there are things that you would have changed. What does that mean? Does that mean you would have prioritized things differently?
Absolutely. I would have prioritized things differently. You become more set in your ways. And so, like I said, I'm trying to unlearn a lot of things that have worked for me as a single person. Once I become a mother, I'm gonna have to unlearn a lot of things that have worked for me as, you know, not being a mom, right? I tell all young women I meet, from the time you're out of college or whatever until you're 28, 29, go crazy. Get to know yourself through relationships. But then if you think that you might want to partner with someone, in my experience, I would have done it a lot sooner and with intention. Always saw myself as a wife. I always saw myself having a partner once I started to think about that. But it was so easy, and it was almost natural and instinctive for me to prioritize career. It's why I can start one business, but with Brown Girl Jane, I have incredible business partners because I know I want to live in partnership. And so I would prioritize differently.
I love that. I know I want to live in partnership.
I
think
know I
that's
want to live
so
in partnership.
Powerful.
I want to
That's so
live in
important.
partnership, and that for me is my truth. Now, as I said, I'm trying to figure out all these tools to sharpen it, to get good at it and get better at it, because I didn't have it as a baseline.
Some of my friends and I talk about
the fear of responsibility.
That's real.
Do you feel that too? Or does that just mean I'm not ready? What is that?
I think, well, fear is something that I think is a healthy tool. I think about my life changing both, in partnership, long term. I think about my life changing with children and what that looks like. And I have to have honest conversations with myself about what I'm willing to amend, what I wouldn't be willing to amend, and then figuring out the resources I need to live that. But fear is real. Fear is real. I mean, the thought of not being able to get on a plane when I want, I'm like, kid,
well,
what
thank
we
you
gonna
for
do?
saying that.
I mean,
because
it's true.
But
I love my life.
I don't think a lot of people, touch on that. And I think that that's such a real component. Sometimes you're so in your head and you think.
Are you afraid that you're going to just say, I can't do this? And
no, but I just am sort of like, I don't feel ready yet to
change your life.
Well, it's not even that. I still feel like, as I said earlier, like a student of life.
You still have seeds to, you have seeds to sow.
Yeah.
But what I imagine happens is that some of those things that even I'm afraid of, I'll start to feel the love and feel supported and nurtured and get what I need in the marriage and also in the love of the child, right? So it'll start to, I don't know if
balance out.
Harmony. There'll be some harmony.
I wanted to make sure that I had with her was a relationship.
Yeah.
I never wanted her to feel unwanted, so maybe I went overboard and I included her in everything. If Annalisa did oh Mom, are you gonna have dinner with me? Well, you know what? Is it okay if I bring my kid to our dinner meeting? And I would bring her and I would involve her and I wanted her to see what it was to be in an adult situation. I wanted her to see herself in a career. I wanted her to want more and to be exposed to more.
Right.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're talking about the choice, but some women and some people are not afforded the choice.
Right.
And based on different circumstances. So what do you want them to take away from this conversation?
I'm a believer in the power of women. I believe that in all of my bones. We are equipped abundantly to deal with circumstances even when they're the most challenging. We have to trust deeply that with whatever hands we're dealt, that we can rise to the occasion and do the best, and then seek support as much as possible.
And I think happiness and growth is not a one-size-fits-all.
I mean, we live in a different time when people can be single. We don't have to live the same way that we used to. People are going to have kids under all kinds of different circumstances.
Of course, younger people who have this new landscape, there is no model.
Right.
And so it really is a pick and pull, right? That you're saying, okay, I like what this means. I like what this signifies. I like what this brings. And then deciding for yourself. And that makes it very challenging because it's not like, just following a roadmap. Like saying, I want to be this or look like, because it doesn't, it's not all that meets the eye. But I think that's powerful because now we just have to take all these moments, right?
I regret having gotten married so young, but I do not regret what came out of that.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't change that for the world. Not for the world. I because of that experience, I became someone I never thought I had the capability of becoming. I've grown so much. I see people so differently now. Now, what I would have done was, having taken the chance, and instead of trying to sustain a certain lifestyle and just keep working, not to the mention, part of it, but I should have at least invested in myself and gone ahead and decided, instead of having a career choose me, having chosen a career.
I think the power of choice is everything now. And I think sometimes figuring out what to do with that
is sometimes daunting.
Yeah.
Now with so many options, it's almost like, which one is the yellow brick road? I think what it ultimately comes down to is consciousness, and also not just acting for right now. At least as we look at all of these yellow brick roads, right? You're like, what do I want to be most conscious about now?
Right.
What are you thinking you'd like to do?
I really went in thinking, like, gosh, everyone just expects you to be a mom at a certain age. I think that that's what you're supposed to do. So I never really paused to think about, what do I want to do? I think ultimately I do want to have kids. I think that, preserving that in any way to elongate the amount of time that you can maybe do that and make the right decisions for yourself is something that's at the forefront for me. I don't feel ready for that right now, but I hope to be ready for that at some point.
Great. Sometimes it's just making the best of where you are, as opposed to all the what ifs.
I love that. There is no wrong choice when you make the choice for yourself. There are so many roads to motherhood, and I see so many incredible people who mother who don't have biological children. I've also thought about adopting. There are so many ways to it, but I think just the consciousness. So I'm rooting you on.
It just feels good to peel back the layers that, we're human beings. So we are allowed to have a lot of opinions and thoughts and maybe pivot points in different decision-making processes and in different choices. And I think let's pass that awareness on.
Well, hello to everybody watching Today All Day. It is great to have you here. We got a good Tuesday Pop Start Plus for you. Coming up on the show, our conversation with Bridgerton star Simone Ashley. We also have the hilarious Craig Robinson, because he stopped by the third hour. And if you love him, he's got a new show and a movie coming out. You'll hear about that. And later, we're celebrating Claire Danes with a moment from our vault from when Claire was just 15 years old. But first, let's check out what people were talking about in Pop Start today. We got a good one for you here to start. Thank you, Uncle Al. First up, Britney Spears. Big news and a big congratulations is in order for the music superstar. Spears announcing Monday that she and her fiancé, Sam Asghari, are expecting a baby. National senior pop star correspondent Chanel Jones here with all the news. Chanel, good morning.
It's a title that makes me proud. Good morning to you. Yes, it has been 5 months since the star was freed from her embattled conservatorship with her father. And now Britney is back with a bundle of joy on the way. Pop icon Britney Spears says she is expecting her third child, announcing her pregnancy in a lengthy Instagram post, writing in part, "So I got a pregnancy test and, I'm having a baby." She describes her confusion after she says she gained weight, thinking, geez, what happened to my stomach? Recalling her fiancé, Sam Asghari, said she was, quote, food pregnant, only to find it was the real thing. Asghari later also speaking out on Instagram, writing, "Fatherhood is something I have always looked forward to and don't take lightly." The news comes 5 months after a judge ended Britney's 13-year conservatorship with her father, Jamie Spears. The singer describing the arrangement as abusive in an explosive testimony last June, alleging her conservators would not let her get married or have more children, even preventing her from removing an IUD. Since the dissolution, Britney has celebrated her newfound freedom, getting engaged to Asghari in September.
Look at that. You like it?
And now, with a baby on the way, the singer is confronting her hardships with pregnancy, writing about past, quote, perinatal depression when having her 2 sons with ex-husband Kevin Federline, saying, I have to say it is absolutely horrible. But now looking forward to the future, ending her announcement, spreading lots of joy and love.
Now, when she discussed those struggles with past pregnancies, Spears also said that at the time, women didn't talk about those issues as much as they do now, which is true. We've moved the needle there when we talk about challenges with pregnancy. So she's glad she can be open and talk about her journey now. So,
well, good for her. It's been a great year for Brittany. Thanks, Chanel. Appreciate it. Coming up next here. Well, right now, this isn't a tease, this is happening. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Things are looking pretty good for the hit HBO series. During an Emmys event on Sunday, series creator and star Larry David revealing it, yes, another season of Curb is happening.
Right.
Confirming that news to panel host Rich Eisen, and it's good news for fans who were recently disappointed last month when HBO pulled that 2-part documentary about the comedian less than 24 hours before it was set to premiere. No word yet on when the new doc or the new season will debut. Next up, Kurt Cobain. A piece of rock history is going up for auction. It's Cobain's 1969 Fender Mustang electric guitar. It's the one from the Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit video you're watching right now. It goes on sale next week as part of Julian's Auctions Music Icons event and in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month in May. Now, some of the proceeds will benefit a great program called Kicking the Stigma, which was an initiative led by the NFL football team, the Indianapolis Colts, to raise awareness for mental health disorders. If you want more details, it is a left-handed guitar, of course, in competition Lake Placid blue finish with matching headstock. It's estimated to go somewhere between $600,000 and $800,000 for a great cause.
Wow.
Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Next up, Will Ferrell, the funny actor, just landed his next big role, and he's going to be part of the cast of the Greta Gerwig highly anticipated Barbie movie that's forthcoming. Nobody knows anything about the plot yet, but we do know that Ferrell is set to share the screen with some pretty big stars. Check this out. This is the cast. Margot Robbie, Ryan Gosling. They're going to lead as Barbie and Ken. What? Then we've got Kate McKinnon, America Ferrera, and Shang-Chi stars Simu Liu. To round out the cast, the project is slated to hit theaters next year.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that was good, right? And finally, The Thing About Pam, the limited series starring Renee Zellweger as convicted murderer Pam Hupp, wraps up tonight. And in the final episode, Pam shows she's willing to go to shocking lengths to escape her web of lies, even if that means impersonating a Dateline producer in an attempt to trick someone into helping her.
Anyway, we gotta get there as fast as we can. So I can run the first lady home. She just finished her lines. Then I'll circle back and take you home.
So they just got producers driving all around the country picking people up?
Oh, yeah. Back and forth between St. Louis and Chi-Town. But I don't mind. I like driving. Good for the feet.
That's some transformation, right?
That can't be good.
Look at that. You can catch the final episode of The Thing About Pam, produced by Blumhouse Television, NBC News Studios, and Big Picture tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC.
Wow. Pretty
That's
cool.
it. And now to the reason we call the show Pop Start Plus. A few more headlines for you. First up, Rebel Wilson. The first trailer is out for the actress's new big comedy. It's very funny. It's called Senior Year. In the movie, Rebel plays a former high school cheerleader who wakes up from a 20-year-long coma, ready to pick up where she left off. But of course, she finds out the world has changed quite a bit without her.
I think there's been a mistake and I've been put in the wrong room. Dr. Johnson's the 3rd floor. The cheerleader just woke up. Don't mean to be a but cheer captain. Cheer captain. Hello?
Didn't have the heart to change it.
Madonna's now called Lady Gaga.
I want to see that. Based on that little clip right there. Senior Year starts streaming May 13th on Netflix. And finally, DJ Khaled, the musician, just unlocked the major key to a new level of stardom. On Monday, DJ Khaled earned his very own star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Grammy-nominated artist was joined by some family members and a few famous friends, as you see there. Diddy, Jay-Z, and Fat Joe. At the ceremony, Khaled said he wants his star to represent light and love. And you can check it out if you find yourself on Hollywood Boulevard. It's right outside the Amoeba Music Store. Huge congratulations going out to DJ Khaled on the big honor. And those are your headlines for today. Next up, it's All Things Bridgerton with its star Simone Ashley.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
And welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Bridgerton fans, we've got a treat for you. The show's star, Simone Ashley, recently confirmed she's going to be joining season 3, and she spoke with us all about her favorite moments from season 2.
I definitely was obsessed with Bridgerton, just like the rest of the world. Not only because, of course, I watched it whilst I was auditioning for the role, but shortly after being cast, after my chemistry read with the gorgeous Jonathan Bailey, who plays Anthony Bridgerton. I was immediately on set in wig fittings, makeup tests, transported to this beautiful world, filming on these amazing locations, horse riding. So yeah, I definitely got the gist of what it was all about.
Your Majesty, may I present Miss Kate Sharma and Edwina Sharma?
Only hope they like me.
All you have to do this evening is remember what it is you're looking for.
Someone charming. And handsome, of course.
So in season 2, we are introduced to the Sharma family, and they return from India to London with Lady Mary, Edwina, and Kate. Lady Mary is Kate's stepmom, Edwina is her half-sister, and the plan is to help Edwina and protect her family on Edwina's quest to find a true love match. But we may find out that there's a bit more to Kate's plan. The stakes might be a bit higher than we realize, and yeah, then the obstacle of Anthony kind of gets in the way, and we'll figure it out from there. I would describe Kate as loyal, protective, smart, fierce, and big heart. Yep. I think there's a lot with Kate that I empathized with. I think she can be a little bit stubborn, but I really admire her bravery. And I think it was a two-hander. She kind of came in not wanting to be a part of it, just to kind of protect Edwina. But also I think she was maybe running away from the idea of surrendering to love. So, yeah. So in season 2, we meet the Sharmas, who are of Indian heritage. And I think it's been so much fun to represent this family, who are a minority of what we see on screen, and to represent that with 2 other gorgeous South Asian women, Shelley Conn, who plays Lady Mary, and the diamond, in every meaning of the word, Charitha Chandran, who plays Edwina. And I think it's just so important that we're doing this, that we're normalizing this narrative, and, you know, hopefully in a few years' time, we won't even be having this conversation, and it'll be so normal, and it won't be as wonderfully groundbreaking as it is now.
Oh, you brought your dog?
Yes. Newton is an excellent judge of character. Oh, see?
Mark my words, Miss Sharma, by the end of your stay, your opinion of me will be much improved.
So, Kate and Anthony. Kate's struggles with Anthony, well, we're telling this love story that goes from enemies to lovers, and I think it takes one to know one. So they definitely grind each other's gears. They challenge each other, there's a lot of sparring going on, a lot of competition, and I think that soon evolves into vulnerability and the idea of maybe allowing love to kind of affect them. There's so much chemistry between them. It's such a magical love story, and yeah, I'm excited to see everyone slowly see them gravitate towards each other throughout the series. I have so many favorite scenes. I'm not gonna condense it down to one, I'm sorry. I love any scene with Kate and Anthony riding their horses. They were some of my favorite days filming on set with Johnny, and just bringing this love story to life with him. It really, truly was such a joy. And there definitely is a magic between them, between Kate and Anthony, that I think we've brought to life. Other scenes, I loved filming the scene where Kate is applying coconut oil to Edwina's hair. I think it's such a beautiful and intimate bonding moment between two sisters that I think a lot of cultures can relate to. And I've never seen anything like that on screen before, so yeah, that was super fun to play. And I would say the first time Kate and Anthony dance. It's just so beautiful, and yeah, I think if there's a way to just condense that love story into one scene, I would say that one. Yeah, it will always be a favorite memory of mine, filming that with Johnny. Yeah. What makes the show so magical and special? I would say, regardless of the time that it's set in, these are real people, real human people with real problems of heartache and desire that I think we can all relate to. And it sparks the imagination at the idea of love. And it's a show that's about family. We've got the Featheringtons, the Bridgertons, the Cowpers, the Sharmas that we get to meet in season 2. And they're all families that we want to be a part of and that we can all relate to. And I think that's the deepest kind of love, family. So yeah, I think that's what's so magical about this show. I'm super excited for the fans to see Anthony Bridgerton step into his second season of raking around or finding his true love match. We'll have to find out. Also to see Edwina shine as a diamond, the rest of the ton, and also a very special new star, Newton, Kate's corgi. I think everyone's going to be very excited to meet him.
And just a little fun fact, Bridgerton Season 2 broke the record for the biggest opening weekend of any English-speaking show in Netflix history. That's impressive. Coming up next, our buddy Craig Robinson's visit to the third hour.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. in season 2. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. You just might recognize Craig Robinson from his role on The Office or from his time on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Nowadays, he's got a new show and a new movie that he's excited about, as he told our friends at the third hour of today.
We are back with one of the funniest and nicest guys around. We came to love Craig Robinson as Daryl, Dunder Mifflin's warehouse manager on The Office for 9 seasons. Okay. Then as Doug Judy on Brooklyn Nine-Nine alongside Andy Samberg.
And now in the new Peacock series, Killing It, Craig plays a divorced father trying to keep his dreams alive after losing his job. Let's take a look.
I lost my job because of you.
No, you lost your job because you weren't where you were supposed to be.
Because you told me to go in the manager's office and shut the door.
That's on you. You shouldn't be taking advice from me. I'm a no life. Don't take me in dang. He thinks I should get golden contact lenses, but I'm ignoring him because that man is trash.
They make you look like a wizard.
Craig Robinson joins us live now. Craig, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so the show's called Killing It.
Yes.
First, actually, I want to say thank you. Because of The Office, there is now always something to watch on television. You can watch The Office endlessly, and you're amazing at that. But are you killing it right now? I mean, you got a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. This my show comes out on Thursday, April 14th. So, yes, an exciting time.
We'll talk about it. It's a comedy, but it also speaks to the American dream. I mean, because the reality is we all have people that we know who are probably similar, who are also trying to make it, if you will. Talk a little bit about
he's got a lot of setbacks, my character in this, and he's trying to figure his way to that American dream, and it turns out he'll do anything to get to it, including joining a python hunt.
So you become a snake hunter. Have you handled snakes before?
Before, yes. I was in Australia a few years back with my band, The Nasty Delicious. Hello.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, and I was we got to, went to this animal sanctuary, and I was going to take a picture like I was too scared to get close to the snake, but then I touched the snake, and it felt amazing. And I put a snake around my neck in it, and I was like, wow, this snake means you no harm. I've been lied to by the Bible and Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Well, that particular snake. I feel like some.
Well, I don't think you go to the swamp and
No.
oh, you're friendly. But in Australia, it was cool.
And you filmed in New Orleans. Did you run into any wildlife there?
You know what? We were filming, and after we got done shooting one scene, they were like, "Hey, we found this. We caught this alligator." So yeah, there was some wildlife going on.
How close did you get to the alligator?
I didn't get close.
Okay.
I don't know.
You didn't put it around your neck?
It might have been right behind me while I was filming. They didn't let me.
Yeah, no, you don't want to know that. Speaking of animals, you've got a new film, The Bad Guys. I'm being told it's described as like an Ocean's 11 for kids.
It's a Tarantino for kids.
Even better.
Without the language.
Without the language. Yeah, it's April 22nd. I play Mr. Shark.
It's fun.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. It was great working with Pierre, the French director, and Damon, the producer. We were going back and forth with jokes, and it was all during the pandemic, so they were all on Zoom, and I was in the booth.
We watched it last night. We watched it last night in our house, and the kids were loving it. I mean, they were glued. You play a shark. Right? So, I mean, did you have to, do any kind of method acting? Did you channel your inner shark for that? What'd you do?
I got in the shark cage and went under just to see how they move. I'm lying.
I was going to say,
I can't tell, really hands-on with your research.
I can't even tell.
One of the great moments I got to share with you was in Scranton, Pennsylvania. NBC put together a group of you guys from The Office,
yes,
and not expecting a big turnout, and there were over 50,000 people who showed up for the Office convention.
Office convention, we had one there, and then when the Office wrapped, we went back and they had a whole parade, and the whole city was ours. We were like the Beatles.
What do you make of it? just people love it so much. Tom already started talking about it.
It's amazing, and people are like, this is my 9th cycle through, or it means so much to so many different people. It's a family member was sick, and it's the only thing that made them feel good. It's the only time their family came together, or something like that. It's like you have friends everywhere you go.
Do you ever think we'll see a reunion?
Ooh.
As soon as Greg Daniels says it, sure. But other than that, everybody's speculating. I don't know.
And so many stars. I mean, you guys just exploded with your careers. So many people on that show now are huge.
It's a true blessing to be on that show.
My nieces and nephews are now watching it, so it's fun to see the next generation get into it. But Brooklyn Nine-Nine also has that rewatchability factor. Are you going to miss that show?
I do miss it. I love being on there, and the guys from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Dan Gour and Luke Del Tredici, the writers, they're the ones who wrote Killing It.
So it's a reunion.
So it is a reunion. I do miss Andy Samberg.
Yeah.
I was like, we were like 2 5-years-olds getting together and just playing.
Maybe he'll guest star.
I was just about to say.
Maybe he will.
Craig, you're a delight.
Yeah, you're awesome.
Look who's talking.
You just have so many layers.
I got to do a USO tour with this guy.
Really?
At Bagram Air Base. That was one of the best experiences I've ever had.
I love it. And you sing?
I didn't know you guys had so much history together.
Yeah. Nasty Delicious. Is that really true?
Oh, yes.
Nasty Delicious.
Nasty
May
Delicious.
4th at the Troubadour. Be there.
Really?
In LA?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So like I said, so many layers.
A renaissance man.
Yes.
Craig, a commercial break. I want to hear some stories, you and Al, all right? Let's do what we can say here.
Always great to hang out with Craig. He's a great dude, very funny. Best of luck to him. Be sure and check out his new stuff. Coming up, we're going to go into the vault. We've got a memory from Claire Danes going back to one of her very first films.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back. Claire Danes is celebrating a birthday today, and in honor of that, we thought it'd be fun to pull this terrific moment from our vault when Claire visited the Today Show back in 1994. She was just 15 years old. At the time, she was starring in a great television series called My So-Called Life.
You may not recognize the name, but see if you recognize the face of actress Claire Danes. The 15-year-old newcomer is the star of ABC's coming-of-age drama, My So-Called Life, where she plays the introspective high schooler named Angela Chase.
I'm just really, low. I'll just find any excuse to touch him.
Now Claire Danes has exchanged her jeans for a 19th century hoop skirt in the new movie, Little Women, with Winona Ryder.
I'm glad I don't have to go and be with all those frightening people and try to think of things to say.
And just yesterday, Claire received a Golden Globe nomination for Best Lead Actress in a Dramatic Role for her TV show. Claire, good morning.
Hi.
I'd say 1994 has been a very good year for you, wouldn't you?
It's been a bit overwhelming.
Yeah, I bet.
It's been good.
Now, you've been working towards this goal since you were 9 years old, is that right?
Yeah, I've always been sort of focused. I knew I wanted to be an actress, as a kid. I did modern dance for a long time as a little girl, and so I did these sort of off-Broadway, really off-Broadway and the Lower East Side sort of theaters, and Then I did a student film when I was 11, and I learned about film and what that meant, and I really loved it, and I wanted to do more.
You're a native New Yorker.
Yeah.
Back for the holidays.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I just got in last night.
Is it nice to be back in New York City?
Great. I was saying I finally believe it's Christmas time. It's hard to sort of buy it when it's 80 degrees.
Yeah, I bet. Well, tell me about your role in this new version, the 4th remake of Little Women. When you heard about the possibility of being cast as Beth, what was your reaction? Because she and Angela are about as different as two characters could possibly be, and I imagine that you, Claire, are quite different than Beth as well.
Yeah, it was interesting, and I was really worried because I went directly from My So-Called Life to Little Women. I mean, literally the day after I wrapped, the show, I went to the movie, and it was this period movie, so I had to learn about, the 19th century, or so it was really, or 18th century, which was it?
It was 19th century, right. No, you were right the first time.
First instinct is always the best one. Yeah, but they gave us this pamphlet, and we had to learn about, what the times were like back then. It was just, but as I started to play Beth a little longer, I got to know her a little better, and felt more comfortable in her shoes.
Because she is certainly perceived, and certainly is probably the weakest in some ways, or at least physically, of the March sisters, and is really in sharp contrast, particularly to Jo. But you started to fall in love with Beth, didn't you?
Yes, I did, and it's ironic because she is physically the frailest, but she's a strong support for the family. Jo really depends on her for for support and for guidance, and just to talk to her.
She does have this incredible sort of spirituality, doesn't she? And inner strength that she projects. And you have some pretty challenging scenes because, of course, we don't want to give away the story because Beth has, things happen to Beth that are very difficult to deal with, obviously, for the rest of the family, and I'm sure were a challenge for you to play.
It was fun. I had to learn. Beth gets sick, she gets scarlet fever, and I had to learn about the stages of that disease.
You were excellent in that scene. That was tough. Do you think young people today, you're 15, but teenagers will be able to relate to this movie?
Yes, they should. It's a coming of age story, and it takes place during a different time, but the feelings are still the same. And I don't have any sisters, so it was fun to explore what that's like. And there's just the things that these sisters go through are things that everybody goes through today.
Well, Claire Danes, the movie is Little Women. Best of luck, and best of luck with your series, My So-Called Life.
Thank you.
And a big happy 43rd birthday to Claire Danes. All right, thanks for being here on another stellar Pop Star Plus. We'll do it again tomorrow. We're going to dive into The Bubble. That's a new comedy from director Judd Apatow featuring a star-studded cast. But we'll tell you about that tomorrow. Hope you can join us. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, hi.
Let me sit up straight.
Yeah, it's today all day.
Came to see Today in 30. We got to good posture.
All right, we'll pump it up.
We are so happy you're here. We got a big show for you today. Let's get to it. After a grim warning from the White House, new levels of inflation are expected to set record highs. This is pain. Americans haven't felt inflation since the early 80s. So we're going to break down what's being done to help and try to find some positives for your wallet.
Look for those. And then have you noticed that maybe you're feeling, what's the word I'm looking for?
Gosh, like when you can't remember.
Forgetful.
Oh, yes.
Forgetful lately. Well, it turns out there might be a reason behind it. Coming up, what researchers are finding that could be causing our brains to get overwhelmed and how you can combat those signs.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Then Jill Martin catches up with model Winnie Harlow as she takes her talent from the runway to the world of business.
All that plus, are you bummed because you didn't make any spring break plans? It's not too late. We got some great deals for you, including a couple of international getaways. So, are you ready?
I'm ready for takeoff.
Let's get away. It's time for Today in 30. NBC's Tom Costello is covering that for us. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Yeah, Hoda, good morning. You know, we all feel it in our wallets every single day. We're about to get the cold, hard, black and white stats. The Consumer Price Index, the CPI, measures what we pay for goods and services. It's already showing inflation at a 40-year high. The numbers today expected to show it's gotten even worse.
Whether you're filling your gas tank or the grocery cart,
prices have gone up. Their overall grocery bill has gone up.
From paying the rent to dining out.
We used to eat out like once a week or something, and we hardly ever do that anymore.
Inflation is taking a big bite out of Americans' everyday budgets and savings. The latest report out this morning is expected to show an 8.4% spike from a year ago. That would be the highest since December 1981, when Raiders of the Lost Ark was #1 at the box office, Ronald Reagan was president, and unemployment was pushing 10%. But the causes of inflation today are far different. A post-pandemic economic boom. The global supply chain still struggling with China in another COVID lockdown. And the war in Ukraine sending food and energy prices even higher.
We went into Russia's war with Ukraine with high prices already. That has exacerbated the problem.
The White House bracing for the report.
We expect March CPI headline inflation to be extraordinarily elevated due to Putin's price hike.
There is good news. Gas prices, now at $4.10 a gallon nationally, are down 23 cents from a month ago, with the U.S. and other countries tapping their oil reserves. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve is trying to attack inflation with the first interest rate hike in 3 years and as many as 6 more to come, raising the cost of borrowing to slow the economy.
We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship.
But economists warn the Fed also runs the risk of tapping the brakes too hard, pushing the economy into a recession.
It's definitely an elevated probability of a recession right now, depending upon how far the Fed has to go and whether or not we get any relief.
But with unemployment now at a very low 3.6%, the White House is pushing back on the recession talk.
We believe that the economy is strong.
And Tom, the White House is also planning to address another problem. We're talking about high gas prices. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. So this summer, we expect the White House, in fact, they're going to announce today, they are going to allow a higher blend of ethanol into the summer gas blend. So 15% ethanol, normally it's 10% to reduce smog. By allowing 15%, the hope is that they allow more fuel on the market. As a result, gas prices will hopefully be moderated ever so slightly, Hoda.
All right, Tom Costello for us there. Tom, thank you.
We move now to the latest out of Ukraine. The Pentagon monitoring a report that Russia may have used chemical weapons on civilians in the city of Mariupol. This as Ukrainian forces are bracing for an intense few weeks of fighting in the eastern part of the country. NBC's Molly Hunter is in Kyiv for us this morning. Molly, good morning.
Savannah, Hoda, good morning to you. We are hearing from President Putin this morning. He's meeting with close ally Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko. And Putin is saying there is no doubt the war will be successful. This comes as the war moves into a deadly phase in the east, and the Ukrainian people are paying the price.
This morning, Russia shifting its strategy with likely deadly consequences. The UK government warning overnight that fighting in eastern Ukraine will intensify over the next 2 weeks as Russia continues to refocus. And the Pentagon says they're closely monitoring reports of possible chemical weapon use in the eastern city of Mariupol, saying we cannot confirm these reports.
Russian leaders have shown in the past the brutality with which they conduct and prosecute their operations.
The UK says they are urgently working to verify these unconfirmed claims, first made on Telegram by the ultra-nationalist Azov battalion fighting in Mariupol. Overnight, President Zelensky saying that Russia is preparing for a new stage of terror. And this comes as the fighting intensifies already in the east. The city of Kharkiv under constant attack in the last 24 hours, firefighters still searching for survivors. And here, around the capital of Kyiv, mounting evidence of war crimes. UN Women warning they're hearing more and more reports of sexual violence. In a first-hand account, 28-year-old Olena in Bucha tells us she was raped by a Russian soldier dressed in civilian clothes who had offered her medical care.
За руку, посадил на машину. И даже я не пыталась даже кричать, потому что на мане.
Olena and her husband Sasha fled the area after the attack. They walked in the middle of the night to a new neighborhood, which is where we meet them.
Are you angry? Have you even had time to process?
Да, Бог ему судья, скажу честно.
Now, under international law, rape is considered a war crime. In Mariupol, though, Russian separatists have denied using chemical weapons. And the UK is saying this morning, though, if it turns out to be true, all options are on the table. Savannah?
All right, Molly Hunter in Ukraine for us. Thank you, Molly.
This morning, former President Barack Obama is weighing in on the situation in Ukraine and President Vladimir Putin in an exclusive interview with Mr. Roker. Hey, Al.
Hey, guys. Well, yes, of course, President Obama has not only been in the room with the Russian leader, but he was in office when Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. So I asked him for his take on Putin's actions in Ukraine. What you see happening now, is this the Vladimir Putin that you had to deal with?
Putin has always been ruthless. Against his own people as well as others. He has always been somebody who's wrapped up in this twisted, distorted sense of grievance and ethnic nationalism. That part of Putin, I think, has always been there. What we've seen with the invasion of Ukraine is him being reckless in a way that you might not have anticipated 8-10 years ago, but the danger was always there.
Hindsight's 20/20, but you go back to Crimea. Do you ever think, could I have done something differently?
The situations in each of these circumstances are different, but I think that what we're seeing consistently is a reminder of why it's so important for us to not take our own democracy for granted. Why it's so important for us to stand for and ally ourselves with those who believe in freedom and independence. And I think that the current administration is doing what it needs to be doing.
And we're going to have more from our interview with President Obama tomorrow on Today. We talked about his new nature series, Our Great National Parks, how it felt being back in the White House last week, and how he's doing after a COVID diagnosis last month, and gave me some advice about becoming an empty nester.
Got all kinds of stuff. All right, Al, thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're back with your health. You ever walk into a room and forget what you were looking for, forget someone's name the second they tell you?
Well, it turns out there may be a reason a lot of us are forgetting these days. NBC's what's her name? What is her name?
You got me on that one.
Erin. McLaughlin. Yes, that's her. Bingo.
Guys, good morning. As more and more of us are returning to the workplace and trying to get back to normal, you may have found yourself struggling to remember how to do seemingly simple tasks that once were second nature. Well, you're not alone. And researchers at UC Irvine have insight into why so many of us are experiencing what they call endemic forgetfulness. As we return to our pre-pandemic routines, more often than not, we're finding ourselves searching for the correct words or asking basic questions such as, what's their name? Or did I bring my keys? Add to that those everyday stresses constantly coming at us on TV, our computers, even pinging updates straight to our cell phones. Experts say our brains are getting overwhelmed.
Too much stress can literally destroy memory cells.
Katie Hawkins-Garr says the stress of caring for a toddler and getting back to old routines has taken a toll on her memory.
I keep forgetting names, and I feel like it's after spending a year plus on Zoom where you actually have the names right there in the corner.
During the pandemic, were we using less brain power?
When you stay at home and you see the same people and you're within the same four walls, you lose context and you lose novelty. And when we lose those things, it's very easy to lose memories.
Dr. Sarah Mednick has dedicated much of the research at this UC Irvine lab to figuring out how stress impacts the brain. Mednick says as we return to the workplace and start socializing, we're having to readjust.
We have to go through a whole other transition to this new era of post-pandemic life. That takes a huge amount of mental energy, and it's very stressful on the body.
This part over your shoulder.
To get a sense of how stress impacts our short-term memory, I wired up for a memory test. First, scientists asked me to locate boxes with items using Minecraft.
You found a stick?
Then researchers ask stressful questions.
Tell me about what you think people like about you.
Followed by more Minecraft to see if I can remember where each box was found.
I don't even remember where I saw it.
The stress did seem to impact my memory.
Like, where am I going? Just put it down.
Go ahead, put it down.
But researchers say it's not just stress causing our brains to misfire. With an estimated 52% of Americans having contracted COVID so far, scientists are also studying the long-term effects of even a mild infection, known as long COVID, and how it impacts memory.
Most of the individuals that I'm seeing are young. They say, I used to be able to do this, and now I can't. My brain doesn't work the way it used to.
How do we know if we are forgetful because we're stressed? And how do we know that we're forgetful, say, because we have long COVID?
But when this is really starting to impair your ability to do your job, that's really a sign that this is probably out of the range of normal for you.
The good news is stress-related memory loss is believed to be temporary.
I think that once we get past this transition phase, a lot of that forgetfulness will probably pass.
So, Aaron, I think a lot of people just want to lower their stress if it's going to help. What are some ways that we can do that?
Well, stepping away from social media can be a good start. That constant doom scrolling can induce stress throughout the day. Also, create moments of recovery, not just at night, but during the day as well, like taking up a hobby, going for a walk in nature, or trying breathing exercises. To improve memory, Dr. Mednick recommends doing brain games, anything from word puzzles to something as simple as turning off your GPS to rely on your own memory to get yourself home. Guys?
Yeah, so Wordle works.
Wordle. Yeah, just take the power of your house and just turn it off.
Yeah.
That way you can't be on the internet.
Yeah.
It's easy to go outside and live like we used to.
Yeah.
You got to get home, though, and you don't have GPS. So.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. what's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
We are back with a new story in our series, She Made It. This time, Jill Martin introduces us to a model turned mogul, Jill.
I knew you'd like that one. Yeah, this is really an incredible story, but also so inspiring. Winnie Harlow, one of the biggest names in fashion, and now she's taking her talents from the runway to the sun care aisle. Take a look.
I've been able to showcase everyone else's work, the things that they've labored on, and now I get to do the same for myself. It's a dream come true.
For years, Winnie Harlow has been blazing a trail in the fashion industry, but now she's making strides in business as well.
After everything you've been through, and I know this goes back to childhood, how important is that title for you, entrepreneur?
My mom is a hairdresser and she had her own salon. My dad is a mechanic in Jamaica and still runs his own shop. I was thinking, where do I get this from? And I was just like, wait, it's in my blood, you know? It's from my parents.
As a child, Winnie was diagnosed with the skin condition vitiligo.
It's hard enough being a kid to begin with, but kids were so mean and saying names to you. Tell me about your childhood.
When you're in a small town, especially as a young kid, it feels like that is the end all and be all. It seems like the end of the world, but it's really just the beginning of your life.
After competing on America's Next Top Model, Winnie started making a name for herself on high fashion runways and at photo shoots for big brands.
Walking Victoria's Secret was incredible for me, life-changing. A lot of people don't know this, but I did try out for Victoria's Secret the year before and I didn't get it. And so getting it the second time was amazing. Like any Vogue cover I'm on, I'm the first model with vitiligo to be on that cover. So that is mind-blowing to me because I had never seen myself represented growing up.
Winnie says in 2018, an incident on a set inspired her to take action.
I had this horrible experience on set at a shoot where no one wanted me to apply sunscreen. It made my skin look purple and gray, and it wasn't great for the photo shoot. So, I went without to get the best shots, but after 2 days of shooting from sun up to sundown in the Bahamas, I was burnt to a crisp. I was in so much pain. I had to have doctors give me injections for pain, for inflammation. And I realized that there wasn't sun care on the market that made you look gorgeous and also be well protected.
Winnie got to work developing skincare products.
I think people think you're a supermodel, things just, you get a line, and it doesn't work like that.
I had no idea where to start. I had the idea, it's my brainchild, but I had no business savvy. I think some of the most challenging things for me were, one, hearing all those no's when we started fundraising, especially being a business that was created in a pandemic where things were already being pushed back with packaging and the formulas and our factories shutting down for COVID. And, there were so many steps back every time we were taking steps forward.
Nearly 3 years later, Winnie raised $6.5 million from investors to launch K-Skin, a sun care line inspired by the beaches of her family's native Jamaica.
I wanted to put things that I've used since I was a kid going to Jamaica and staying with my dad. They used to cut the aloe vera plant and rub it directly onto our skin for mosquito bites or sunburns. We also have hydrating nectar, which is from different fruits and botanicals.
Winnie hopes to inspire people to take care of and to love the skin they're in.
What would you say as advice to young girls out there who are going through a tough time, who just want to get through it and pursue her dream?
I would say focus on yourself. There's only 2 things that you can really do in life. You can change things, and those things that you can't change, you gotta move forward.
I love that. You can either change it up or you can fix what you can control. And that's what she's doing. So K-Skin is available both direct to consumer and in Sephora, which we have some of the products here. Winnie says has been a dream to be in Sephora, and she applied to her local Sephora at age 16. She didn't get the job.
Oh,
but
wow. Worked out okay.
It worked out okay, but every no really does lead you to a yes sometimes. So those no's are sometimes positive. So
many layers to this one. I love it.
I know. I really liked her. She's just such her energy just comes right through the screen.
Yeah, and she's everywhere. I mean, posters,
and confidence.
Yep. Signs all over New York City. All right, thank you, Jill.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
All right, if you've been too busy to book that spring vacation, we're here to tell you it is time to treat yourself.
Yeah, do it. So get ready to pack your bags, sip on a fruity beverage by the pool. Travel expert Davey Sutton says there are plenty of good deals available. Good morning, Davey. Great to see you.
Yes. Hi, friends. Happy to be here virtually this time.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We've been doing stories all week or last week and this week talking about flights. Cancellations, you can't get them. There aren't enough people working on the planes. What's your advice for booking a good flight?
So if you're booking a good flight, the best advice is to, track your airfare. But if your flight is canceled or delayed under federal law, airlines are obliged to provide you with the full refund if your flight is significantly delayed or you choose not to travel. If you still wish to travel, you can expect that most airlines will typically offer you the next available seat on the next available flight.
So, Davey, I can tell you firsthand, and I'm hearing this from a lot of people, there are a lot of flights being canceled, whether it's staffing or weather or whatever it is. There's something going on right now. What's the best way to avoid that?
So to avoid that, you can't. Those situations are out of your control. But before you travel, download your airline's app, and that way you can be alerted in real time what's happening with your flight. If you're at the airport, unfortunately, you'll have to wait in line with everyone else. So the airline can rebook you, and you can have them book you on the next available seat on your flight for your destination, or stand by for earlier flights.
So the question, I guess, is, are there deals out there? If you really haven't booked your spring break flight yet, can you find something good?
Across the board in travel is really expensive right now, but I rolled up my sleeve and found some deals for you. First of all, to start with some flights right now, there are some round trip flights under $300, like Denver. $243, Atlanta, $248. So they still can be found across the country.
All right, so let's move on, Davey, to our first hotel deal, a part of the country I absolutely love. It's a drive for us from here in New York, Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
Cape Cod, the charming New England beach getaway, normally considered really pricey place, but we're going to Ocean Edge Resort Golf Club. It's a gorgeous property on an upscale golf resort centered around an 1890s mansion, and you can stay in a room in the mansion or rent a villa. There's a private beach, tennis, multiple pools, spa. The works are here, but get this. Prices start at $149 a night. Wow. Wait, what? There's even better deal right now. They have a spring savings of 10% off reservations of 2 nights or longer. Use the code SPRING22 on their website. It's valid through May 26th, and there are blackout dates.
Wow. Bingo. All right, let's go to a place that always has the most beautiful weather, San Diego, California.
Yeah, we're going to go to another typically pricey beach town. But besides the beach, you know, you're going to get that perfect Southern California weather. But the fun fact about San Diego is that it's been getting a lot of buzz about their food scene. So you can plan a trip around that. But let's go to Casara Carlsbad Tapestry by Hilton Collection. Guys, this hotel is stunning. It sits above a 50-acre flower field that blooms with gorgeous ranunculus flowers this time of year. And room rate starts at $229 a night. And this hotel is offering a flower field package, which includes your room, 2 tickets to the flower field, waive parking fees, and a free shuttle so that you can see that. And the offer runs through May 9th, and you can book on their website and find the package under offer.
Okay, that looks fun. Let's move back east to the Florida Keys. Most people know about Key West, but there's a lot more to explore down there, isn't there?
Yeah, now each region of the Keys has its own unique character, and it also makes you feel like you've gone abroad, but you're still in the United States. We're going to Hawks Cay Resort, and that's located on Duck Key in the middle of the Florida Keys. And this place offers fishing, diving. There's guest rooms as well as villas. There's full-service marina, saltwater lagoon, 5 swimming pools. Your family will have a blast. Nightly rates start at $319. And with their Breeze into the Keys special, you'll get 20% off bookings of 3 nights or more, plus a $150 credit that you can use for poolside cocktails. You could treat yourself to the spa or eat at one of the hotel restaurants. Book before April 30th, and you can use before August 15th. Just visit the hotel's website to find this special.
All right, take us to Mexico, Puerto Vallarta.
Dust off your passports if you haven't already, because this gorgeous resort town on Mexico's Pacific coast in the state of Jalisco is known for tequila, and we know about that, but there's also the gorgeous beaches there, and we're going to go to the Marriott Puerto Vallarta Resort and Spa. Rates start at $269, and they have their Discover Puerto Vallarta special, which includes complimentary daily breakfast, 20% off food and beverage. Kids under 12 eat, stay, and play for free, and adults can enjoy a complimentary tequila tasting included in your resort fee. So you can book on their website. Use the code ZJL to access the special. It's good through December. And just a reminder, there's no test required to enter Mexico, but on your way back home to the U.S., you're going to need a COVID test, and you can handle that right at the resort for $35.
Wow.
My blood pressure went down watching all those images of those beautiful beaches. Thank you so much. Well, you come back tomorrow. You don't have anything to do. Hang out with us.
Well, no, they made spring break plans.
Oh, yeah.
But
you did that.
Yeah, but that's for later. Okay, guys, Martha Stewart's going to be here. She's got some great ideas to how to decorate for Easter. You know what I like to do when she comes? I just take all the Easter things she made for the show and just
take it home. Take them home. I thought you were going to say cower, which is what we sometimes do, too.
We're scared of my life.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. We're serving up the best brunch ever for the Today table.
This morning, we're cooking up 3 cozy dishes that will satisfy anyone on Team Savory
or Team Sweet.
I'll be making cheesy loaded potato waffles with bacon.
And I'll be whipping up a decadent French toast bake with a bananas Foster sauce. And I'm making 3 colorful rainbow smoothie bowls with homemade granola.
Whether you're planning a special meal
or just want to make the weekends more fun, it's time to build a better brunch.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
When I was a kid, my mom made most of the meals during the week. But on the weekends, my dad took charge of breakfast duty. French toast was his specialty, so I'm getting super nostalgic today with an amped up version of my childhood fave. The Bananas Foster sauce takes French toast to the next level in this recipe. I mean, who doesn't love a little rum in the morning? But first, let's get started with the luscious custard. I'm going to start by combining all of my dry ingredients. We are going in with 1 cup of granulated sugar. We are going to add in 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. I'm also going to be adding in some warming spices. So we have our classic ground cinnamon right here. And then as an optional add-on, I'm also going to be adding in some ground nutmeg and some ground ginger powder. My dad only used cinnamon, but I wanted to give it a little bit of a restaurant quality twist. Next up, we are going to add our wet ingredients. We have heavy cream. This is going to make it super rich and luxurious. We have some whole milk. We'll whisk this on up. We're going to add in 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I'm actually going to crack my eggs into this measuring cup, and then I will put them into the large bowl. The reason why is if I accidentally get any shells, I'll be very easily able to remove them. Going to break up all of these yolks and give it a nice whisk. We will add that into our liquid mixture. And this is a standard custard that we've just made here. Okay, so now that our custard is done, we are going to butter our 9 by 13 inch baking dish. My favorite way to butter a dish is to actually use a paper towel. It does a really great job of grabbing onto the butter and allowing you to get into all of those nooks and crannies. We are using challah bread today. It just does such a good job of absorbing that custard, and it gives you a really creamy French toast that still has a nice crispy exterior. So we have sliced up this challah into 1-inch thick pieces, and we've dried it out. When you dry out your bread, it actually does a better job of absorbing all of the custard. Okay, time to delicately pour our custard over the top of this French toast. And something that I also really like to do is I'll just take these pieces and kind of press them down into the custard, give it a nice custard bath. It's so funny because when I think about the French toast that my dad used to make, super simple. It was white bread, egg, milk. He didn't even measure it. But the best thing was the song that he sang. He used to, while he'd be making the French toast, he would sing this song. And I remember it very vividly to this day. It goes, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. And he would just sing it over and over again, and he'd be like, sing it with me. And we'd be like, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. Good times, the good old days to be a kid. I like to cover this and pop it into the refrigerator for at least 1 hour to soak up all of that custardy goodness. Then, when I'm ready to bake, I will preheat my oven to 350 degrees, pop this into the oven, and cook it for about 40 to 45 minutes. While our French toast is baking up in the oven, I'm gonna get started on our Bananas Foster sauce. We have 3 medium ripe bananas, and we're just going to peel them. And this is a really fun alternative to maple syrup. And then I like cutting these on a bias. It just looks really elevated when you slice it on an angle. We'll do the same with the rest of these. We're gonna toast them up before we serve them. So we'll turn our heat to low, add in 1 tablespoon of unsalted butter. Now that our butter is nice and bubbly, we are going to add our bananas into the pan. Toss those in there. We just want to get some nice caramelization. The butter is also going to flavor those bananas really nicely. And as you can see, they're getting a nice, subtle golden color to them. All right, so we've gotten some of that brown consistency on the bottom here. We are going to transfer these bananas over and we'll get to work on our sauce. This is the fun part. We are going to add in our 1 stick of butter. We're going to combine it with 1 cup of brown sugar. Whisk this all together. And what we're looking for here is a nice silky brown sugar sauce. And we want the brown sugar to completely dissolve. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time to flambe. We are adding in a 1/4 cup of spiced rum to our mixture. Here we go. There we go. Be really careful. And then we are going to turn off the heat. We're going to add in a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. This is optional. I just like adding a little extra creaminess to our sauce. A pinch of salt to awaken the flavor. You guessed it. 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract and a 1/2 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. We're gonna whisk this on up. And there you have it, our Bananas Foster sauce. Stunning. Our French toast is out of the oven, looking gorgeous and golden. I love to let it sit for about 10 minutes before cutting into it because it's super hot. And when I serve this up, I love to take the bananas and just adorn the tops of the French toast with those golden banana pieces. Let's slice into this thing. And then, handy dandy fish spatula, really nice and bendy, gets into those nooks and crannies of the pan. We'll lift that out. Look at that. I'm gonna take a little sneak bite. Oh yeah, check that out. Should we give it a taste? Need a bit of banana. The perfect bite. Cheers. Man, oh man, this is a hug. It is transporting me back to my childhood. I know my dad would love this. You know what? This tastes so good, it makes me want to sing. French toasty, French toasty. It's the toasty with the mosty. Yeah.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Hey, Miss Lester, who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These crispy potato waffles are packed with tons of flavor, but wouldn't be brunch without the star, bacon. So I'm gonna start off by showing y'all my favorite way to make bacon. I'm gonna get a baking tray and then a baking rack. Now I love doing this because you're gonna get all of the bacon fat drippings right here in this pan. But we're not gonna waste the drippings. We're actually gonna use them to cook up the onion and the garlic for later on. Now I'm gonna cook this in the oven for about 13 to 15 minutes at 420 degrees. So next we are going to mince up some garlic and slice up some onion. We're gonna dice up the onion pretty small because remember, we're gonna fold this into our potato mash batter. Smash up some garlic, mince it up. Just mash these up. And when you're making this recipe too, I find that it's easier to use cold ingredients just because whenever we're mixing everything together, it's going to hold. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to just grate some cheese. I think cheddar is the way to go for this recipe. Okay, our potatoes are mashed, the cheese is grated, onions and garlic are minced and ready to go, and I smell bacon. We're gonna take our strips of bacon, place them here, and nice and crispy, and we're gonna use some of the oil. You get the drippings. We're gonna add that to our skillet so we can fry up the onion. We're gonna set our skillet to a medium heat, and while that's heating up, I'm gonna start to chop up the bacon. And this is the hardest part of the recipe, because you're gonna wanna start eating it. It's so good. In go the onion and garlic. Yeah, get that nice little sizzle. Now, while that's cooking up, let's begin to bring everything together. Gonna add in some eggs. Crack the eggs in there. I'm just gonna break up the yolks just a little bit. And then add in the star crispy bacon. We're gonna fold in a little bit of yogurt. This is some Greek yogurt. Our cream factor. It's also gonna boost the protein a little bit as well. Keep stirring those onions. You know, you gotta keep moving when it's brunch time. Multitasking in the kitchen. It is a must. Then, I'm also gonna add in some flour, especially because we've added in some wet ingredients. Sprinkle in a little bit of flour. And then in goes the cheese. Pinch of salt. And then some more black pepper. Now, let me show you something. These onions are looking great. Let the onions rest on a paper towel just to drain out some of the excess oil. Great color. There you go. Spread it out. Adding in now the onion and garlic, our flavor to this recipe. Boom. Now let's mix it together the same way that you would a waffle batter. All right, and look at this. This is the way that your batter should look. All this cheesy goodness with bacon and chunks of potato. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and grab my waffle maker. So my waffle iron is preheated to a medium-high heat so we get a nice crisp on there. And since it's already nice and hot, I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of avocado oil. Boom. And then in goes our potato batter. Look at this goodness. Spread it out there. Not too much, not too heavy-handed. pat it down, and then mash it, boom, spin it, and then just wait. Wait for the goodness to come to life. We are nearing the 5-minute mark. So we're gonna flip it and build the better brunch. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, open it up. Whoa! And you see all of the crispiness. You see this golden color because that's also the cheese. Oh, the cheese has helped it to get nice and crispy on the outside. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. All right, let's add our toppings. So I'm gonna top it off with a little bit of Greek yogurt, a little dollop here. Looks kind of like whipped cream, right? Then a little bit of green onion action, some leftover bacon. Who has leftover bacon in their house? Come on, let's just be real. And then a little bit of cheese. Here we go. Boom. Beautiful. And for the homie in your kitchen, boom. All right, I gotta get into this and do the hard job and taste it for the internet since you can't be here. You can taste it pretty soon in your own kitchen though. You hear the crunchiness? Look at that. Oh, that potato. Here we go. This is a perfect brunch meal, and guess what? It's so filling. I know for certain you will have a better brunch if you make these crispy potato waffles.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Brunch is a great way to spend time with family and friends over delicious food. But for me, it's also about posting beautiful food pics on the gram. Today, I'm making 3 nutrient-packed smoothie bowls that are pleasing to the eye and even more pleasing to eat. First up, I'm gonna get started with a crunchy topping, my saffron cardamom granola. So I'm gonna start with my saffron syrup. So the first step is to add equal parts water and sugar. We wanna stir it constantly until the sugar is completely dissolved and it comes to a simmer. And once that sugar is dissolved, we're gonna add in our beautiful saffron threads. Look at that color, it's really starting to get dark and beautiful. Okay, so my saffron syrup is done, so I'm gonna cut the heat. I'm gonna pour my saffron syrup into a mason jar so I can cool it and store it. And as it cools, it's gonna thicken up a bit more. So this is not a traditional granola by any means. So first, we're gonna start with our liquids. We have coconut oil here, and to this, we're gonna add our cooled saffron syrup. Still can't get over the color, gorgeous. And then we also wanna add a pinch of ground cardamom. We're gonna do 2 pinches for good luck. A pinch of salt, and some freshly grated nutmeg. So we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients for our granola. So first, our rolled oats, our pumpkin seeds, our sliced almonds, and our coconut chips. So you get that all in, along with your chia seeds. And I first like to just give this a toss because I don't want any big clumps once we pour in our liquids. Great. Our beautiful coconut oil and saffron syrup mixture goes in. Make sure to just give it a good whisk so that you don't have separation. So you pour that over. Make sure to get all those beautiful saffron threads. And then you give this a light toss. Okay. And then we want to pour it onto a parchment lined baking sheet. And then we want to spread this evenly. If you don't spread it evenly, it's all going to just bake up into a clump, and the idea is to make sure that it gets nice and crisp. After I take my granola out of the oven, I'm gonna mix in some of my favorite dried fruits, and we wanna do that after it comes out of the oven because we don't want these to burn and we want them to stay juicy. So we have some dates, some dried cherries, and some dried cranberries. All right, let's get our granola into the oven.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm all set up to make my rainbow smoothie bowls, and I'm making 3. The first is a mango turmeric smoothie bowl, the second is a dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl, and the third is a blue spirulina banana smoothie bowl. So let's talk about these dragon fruits. As you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they come in all different varieties. Yellow, pink, sometimes they're white inside, sometimes they're pink or red inside, sometimes they're gigantic like this one, but don't be intimidated because they're actually quite soft. And she's a beautiful pink one. Look how gorgeous that is. Also, this kind of matches my earrings. I have dragon fruit earrings on. The thing that I love about these smoothie bowls is they all have the same consistent base. So it's actually much easier than they look. They all start out with a coconut milk ice cube base. So we want to start with 1 can of full fat coconut milk. And then we're just going to give it a little whisk. We're going to take our full fat coconut milk and pour it right into the tray. Easy peasy. You want to make sure to fill it to the top. So 1 can of full-fat coconut milk should basically fit into 1 standard size ice cube tray. It's like it was made for this. And now we're gonna pop this into the freezer and freeze overnight until solid. Now I'm gonna make my mango turmeric smoothie bowl. So we wanna get about 1 cup of the frozen coconut milk ice cubes into the blender. And now we're gonna add 1 cup of frozen mango. Get that right in. So we're gonna add in about half a teaspoon of turmeric. And to this, we're gonna actually add, I know this is gonna sound weird, but a pinch of black pepper. And then we wanna add a little bit of agave. So add that right in. And then a splash of unsweetened plant milk. I'm using oat milk, just a little splash. And then we blend it up. You may need to scrape down the sides in between to make sure all of the coconut and the mango and everything in there blends together. All right, just looking thick and creamy. So we're gonna pour this into our serving bowl. Look at that texture and color. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is making me so hungry. And now we're gonna get started on my second one, which is the dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl. So this starts off with the same base, and then we're gonna add some frozen pink dragon fruit. Look how gorgeous this is. We're gonna add a little bit of rose essence. And then we're gonna get blending. So bright and vibrant. And no artificial food colorings, people. One more little blitz and we're ready to go. How beautiful is this? And now I'm gonna make my third smoothie bowl, my spirulina banana smoothie bowl. Like every other smoothie bowl, we're gonna start with the same base. Next, we're gonna add in a cup of frozen banana. And the star of the show for this smoothie bowl is blue spirulina. So while this may look artificial, it is completely natural, it is vegan, and it's actually made from an algae. So it's from under the sea, which is why it's blue. I am so happy with this color. I cannot wait to top off these smoothie bowls. So I have my beautiful saffron cardamom granola here. So we're gonna crack that open, and that's gonna be our first topping. I love the complement of the saffron and cardamom with the mango, very Indian-esque, which is fitting for me. Gorgeous. I love these little circles. We used a melon baller to scoop these out. Stunning. And that's it. They literally look like they taste like the rainbow, but I think I really have to go in for the blue spirulina banana one. Oh my God. This is so delicious. I mean, just look at that texture. It's like a pina colada in your mouth, but you're sitting on the beach while drinking that pina colada, something that we all want to do. So good. These rainbow smoothie bowls are a winner for any brunch table.
Good morning. Inflation nation. After a grim warning from the White House, new levels expected to set record highs. Pain Americans haven't felt since the early 80s. Prices skyrocketing on food, gas, and just about everything else. We'll have the very latest on what's being done to help ease the burden and what to expect as you head to the store. Chemical attack?
The Pentagon monitoring reports that Russia used possible chemical weapons on a Ukrainian city as President Obama weighs in on the war and Russian President Putin in an exclusive interview.
Putin has always been ruthless against his own people as well as others.
We're live in Ukraine as Russian forces double down on the war-torn east. Not again. A new outbreak